That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting, say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a simple that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature, that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informant to informing them there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we porting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, what extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks. We ignoring which informant this, informant this. It looked like we were storing tricks. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
In the world. What up, fam? How's it going? It's been a minute. I was reading the chats. I miss you guys, man. What you been up to? I didn't know when I was coming on. It just took forever to take the record player off. So yeah, man. Oh, 2024, it is a new year. If you've been listening to me for any time now, I've been talking about 2024 for a long time. So, I was chilling with fam, doing some stuff. We were working on some stuff behind the scenes, which we will tell you about tonight, and it's exciting. But I've been saying that I think 2024 is kind of going to be, I guess you could say, like a 2015 2.0. It's very obvious, in my opinion. And then 2025 would be like 2016. So for those that are kind of new to all of this, 2015, True Earth just popped off. It was like the third most Googled thing in the world. 16, it picked up, and then they came in and had to censor it. But yeah, it's very exciting. If you saw, maybe Rampage Jackson was talking about it on a big podcast recently with a guy that's on Joe Rogan a lot, and it's just an exciting time to be alive. So, I've been thinking, and I had a moment, and I'm going to keep this short, but I had a moment of kind of realization in my life, and I realized, actually, after I did a session with Steven, I realized a lot of things that I was kind of not properly calibrated on, and I stepped back and really thought about a lot of stuff and reassessed things, and I realized that a lot of people in the truther community maybe need to do that, and the way to do that might be together. I think that we're very compartmentalized and divided and not focused, and people need like community here. So hopefully we are going to help aid in that, and I'm pretty excited about it. Let's do good deeds 2024, fam. Yeah, 2024 is going to be cool. I guess as you see in the title, we hope to inspire everyone to try to, as cliche as some people interpret it, because people always make empty promises about what they're going to do at the new year, but make this year different and like really recalibrate and reset and hopefully if everyone can do that together, we'll be good. So anyway, there is kind of my surface level take on all this, and we'll get more into it. But we do have a special guest tonight, and so I am going to bring him on without further ado. Steven, what's up, my brother?
Hey, Austin. Great seeing you again. Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too, man. How you doing?
So good. I'm really excited for this year, and I love your intro.
Thanks. I really worked hard on it, man. I scripted it. I was practicing it.
But yeah, why is 2024 so cliche? How come we make these New Year's resolutions, and why is it that we always fail? How come more people aren't successful with their resolutions and their goals?
Yeah, good question, man. You know what I think though? I think in a way, like if you have to wait until the new year, like that's probably a good sign that you may not, be serious about it. I think that's why most people fail, because they're like, oh, on that magic day, that's the day. But there is still a lot of energy and a lot of momentum that can be utilized, I think. So that's a good question. Why it's so typical that people don't follow through with their like New Year's resolutions,
Yeah. Well, I think you hit on actually the answer in your intro, which is that we on our own are very weak. We don't accomplish much without accountability partners or other people who are holding us to our word. So if we didn't write down our goals, we have less than a 10% chance to achieve what we say we're going to do this year. And understanding why we fail at our goals gives us an opportunity to correct for that. Because if we have accountability partners, if we say we're going to do something publicly, we have more than a 95% chance of being successful at that.
Makes sense. Like accountability.
It's huge. And the more often you have it, the better it is. And we can set really big goals and we can hit them all. Like there's no reason everybody watching this stream can't be successful if they take today very seriously. And so we set up a couple presents for everybody to give you all your best chance at having this year be your best year. And you can learn from this year and do better and better every year. There's no reason this Truther community can't be amazing, being a place that people want to be. When the world is doing its thing, having people look to us and be like, wow, you know what? I'm actually tired of this. I'm excited for this. This looks great over here. We're going to be the grass is greener.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I see a lot of people in the chat trying to make sure everyone knows it's not the real New Year. Yes, you're correct. Of course, it makes sense that the new year begins when life begins to grow again, and it's more in the spring, and that's how it was until it was, changed. Which just kind of goes to my other point, which is like, if you actually need to wait till a specific day to do it, or when society is all going to say they're doing something, then you're probably not going to do it. But yeah, on what you were talking about, I will say from personal experience, that is like the biggest thing. I did talk about the fasting, my experience with that. I walked by a restaurant, it's like a steakhouse, and I'm like, that smells pretty good. And then I went and checked the Telegram group. I'm like, all these legends are fasting. I'm not gonna not fast. And I was reading other people's testimonies, and it kind of held me accountable. And I didn't even directly interact about my temptation. And then same thing with kind of working out or being fit. If you have like a partner that kind of checks on, did you work out today, or they meet you there, and you make a commitment, then you're much more likely to follow through. And I think that that's really missing in the truther community, because so few people wake up in the grand scheme of things, or it's a slow process for society, and they're all over the place, right? It's not like your brother woke up or the person down the street woke up. It's just these people from all over the world. And so we haven't really like harnessed the ability to improve each other and hold each other accountable, because we're so spread out. And so if we can like harness that energy together, right, and hold each other accountable by coming together, it could truly be pretty epic. Yeah, that's what I think is kind of the reason, maybe, because we know so much stuff that the average person doesn't know. All right,
Yeah.
they say that they're health oriented, but they just mean not eating McDonald's.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that truthers have more advantages than most people because they do know more. When you know how the game works, when you know what's real and what isn't, you have a leg up on people. I've heard counter a lot, and I think that there's a lot of accountability that truthers need to do, and that could be part of what you all do this year too. I did it. I know that every time I become aware of in the past, every time I became aware of something that was like mind blowing, I had to tell everybody because it just was the most important thing to do. I thought I was doing a service to everybody, but I realized that my approach was damaging to people and also damaging to my reputation, and creating fear was never helpful. So some of us maybe feel burned or like outcasts for knowing what we know, and we've maybe become disconnected from our community and our families. But it's now an opportunity for us to create new communities and new families and heal old friendships and old relationships as well.
Yeah, I see that a bunch of truthers get complacent, right? Like because they figure out stuff like, oh, maybe we weren't told the truth about the earth or whatever, and then they kind of see themselves as like this higher up position of knowledge, which is pretty true. But then they get like real complacent. They think like, oh, I hit the mountain or whatever, hit the peak.
Yeah.
But that isn't the case, right? And then another thing, which will kind of lead into what we're talking about, is like being truly honest with assessment of yourself. And that's kind of was a big thing for me, right? And I told you about this. I had like this aversion to money, right? And you related to it to an extent, right? Where I thought it was, in retrospect, it was my ego, but I thought it was like this good thing that I was so detached from money, like to the point where I'd be like, oh, well, I don't care about it. I'll intentionally sabotage ability to make money, and I'll just throw it all away and I'll give it to whoever. And not that I regret being generous, but I just think that that's like a trick. Kind of like people saying truth should be free. Well, truth is free. Truth is information. It's knowledge, right? It's the people that are going and helping like curate it for you in a finalized little package that their energy should be something worth value, right? It's a trick, and I fell for the trick, and I had to be like honest in my assessment to be like, well, that was actually under the surface ego. Really, it was like self-sabotage, and it was ego, and it wasn't what I was like convincing myself it was. And other things, right? Like that I was suppressing certain traumatic experiences, and then kind of implementing my defense mechanisms and responses in different people in my life and stuff like that. So I think that's maybe the biggest part of it. And I know it's a foreign concept to a lot of the people that are watching my stream. I know that if someone asks you some of these emotional questions, that it's going to be like out of left field. You're going to feel uncomfortable, and I get it, but I'm just hopefully encouraging you that it's very important. Look, we're all family here, and you got to be honest with yourself, or you're never going to really be able to improve or know what you need to improve. So yeah, and that kind of leads into we want you to kind of assess where you are. So maybe you want to tell them about how they can do that. You're probably better at it.
Absolutely. So we created a tool for goal setting, and this is a tool I use for clients also. And you can use this yourself. You don't have to work with anybody. This is a tool for you to honestly assess where you are right now in 4 quadrants. If you click on the link below the video, thelifereset.shop, there's 2 links that you'll see. There's filled out example form and blank form. And this is really cool. This is a really powerful way of looking at your life. This is a holistic approach to figuring out your strengths and your weaknesses, or the areas that you need to improve the most so that you can really start enjoying your life. And this is inspired by some work of Ken Wilber, who I know is considered New Agey in some ways, but also he is brilliant in many other ways. So take what you like, leave what you don't. But he had a brilliant way of looking at the world and looking at individuals. And that's by, instead of everything being either or, this duality that we're conditioned into, it's like you believe this or this. Like, well, there's usually truth in the center. And for a long time, there was this argument or discussion about, well, do we live in an objective world or do we live in a subjective world? And he's like, we live in both. And so our emotions are real. You feel those emotions. I can't feel your emotions for you. I have no idea what they are. I can't test what your emotions are. But also you feel physically. You have a body as physicality, and you can assess the health of your body. And so what we have is we have 4 quadrants. At the top are the individual, things only you can answer for yourself. And the bottom is the group. And so group is really interesting from subjective. This is like our culture. And a lot of us are really challenged as we wake up, because we realize that our culture are these conditioned beliefs that no longer serve us. And this is why we might feel like outcasts or black sheep, or like we don't belong, or we're failures or something. There's a lot of conditioning here that is indoctrinated into us at a very young age, and we have very high social pressures. And then the objective side of the group is our socioeconomic status, where we live, how much money we have, our family, our friends, our income, all of these things. So what I do when I work with clients is we look at each of these 4 quadrants one at a time. We look at, where are you? Answer honestly where you are today. By the way, for everybody who's looking at this, what you do is you go to File, make a copy. You make a copy of the blank one and you can start filling it out, or make a copy of the example and you can edit it. And that way it'll be saved to your thing. So you're not just looking at this, you can actually make a copy and you can fill it out as you go along here. Use this whenever you want. But the way the tool works and the way the tool will start bettering your life is if you're honest with where you are and how you're feeling right now. How do you want to feel? What do you want your life to look like? Now you can start creating goals. The only way to get to where you want to go is to firstly know where you are, and then to know where you want to go. Otherwise, you're just going to be a victim to circumstance. And that's a really lame place to be, especially when you start to wake up to how magical this world is, or this realm is. And there is so much possibility here. There's so much room for connectivity, so much room for growth, so much room to surpass your own potential. And we're going to have a few testimonials on here, different people who I've worked with over the past couple of months, or even up to almost half a year. And just to see how radical of growth they've had. And these are people they're from our community. So they use this tool also, and it will give you performance gains like no other tool out there.
Yeah, and so just to make sure everyone is on the same page, there's a link in the description. I'll drop it in the chat. TheLifeReset.shop. So I'll drop it in the YouTube and Rockfin chat. It's also this first link in the description in both videos. And it's going to take you to the website. Right there at the top, you'll see the assessment form. And I encourage everyone to actually participate. And so I kind of knew what truthers are like. And again, truthers have aversion to kind of opening up and being vulnerable. Let's just call it out, right? A lot of people, they started speaking about some of these uncomfortable truths that aren't popular or not accepted. And then they got ostracized. They lost friends. They lost family. They created defense mechanisms where they're real hardened, and they have all these walls up because they're they had a bad experience when they were out of good intention trying to share the truth with someone, and then they feel like it backfired on them. And sometimes people feel like their whole world fell apart and all that stuff. And so when you start trying to talk to truthers about well, how do you feel? And I know this because I was doing it. So no one in here is going to run game on me, people want to make light of it, or also people are real kind of downers, right? if you're like, hey, you know, that I think a lot of truthers have a scarcity mindset. I think we could be much more successful together and work together, and we could, you know, have a much more impactful, positive life. Like, no, the system eats us. It's going to hold us down, you know? And I'm just saying that, like, I'm kind of reading some of the chat, and I'm just addressing the general sentiment. There's only a couple people that are kind of being like that, but I encourage you to step back and actually think about what's important, right? What's important when you discover, say, what the earth truly is, or more so what it's definitely not. Well, you find out, oh, like, I'm special. Like, this place is special. I have a lot of power. This place is like also metaphysical, and I can maybe even manifest things. And so I can kind of begin to understand my value more, right? And so all that to say that really these big truths, they're just kind of paths to the bigger truth. And the bigger truth would be like maximizing your potential and like having like peace and harmony with your friends and with your family, and facing and integrating any type of trauma that you have so that you can like actually be happy. Like, truth isn't good if you only digest it in some negative way where it's like, the world's over, you know, because like, then what's the point? Of course you can't convince someone to look into the truth, because if they see that that's what you got out of it, why would they want to be a part of it? So all that to say, I do encourage guys to kind of step back and be like, maybe I do kind of have some walls up. And because in this specific sense about this assessment form, I filled it out earlier, and you got to be honest. I mean, obviously everyone's going to have their own level of honesty they're comfortable with right now, but I just encourage you to actually go take the form kind of seriously and fill it out. And you may be amazed, right? Where you start to see things where you are, and then maybe what you want to fix, as opposed to just kind of blocking it out. So there was my little like rant about that, but there's a link in the description, and everyone can go. And he said, like you said, file, make a copy, and then you'll be able to fill it out. And you can save it for your own uses or for later or whatever.
And now I'm going to contradict Austin 100% and say, actually, some of you don't fill it out at all. We want to have a control group so that 2024 doesn't go good for everybody. If you're stubborn, write down where you are, and let's see if you stay exactly there over 1 year. You'll be our control group. And so everybody who does this can be like, wow, I'm so glad I wasn't the control group. I'm glad I'm not that guy. So thank you for those who are going to take one for the team. We need a control group. So, excellent.
That is a great point, actually. So you guys are the real MVPs, because we don't want to be the control group.
Yeah. Yeah. And we did a control group with our last fast, and that was hilarious also. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, probably a couple people talk about that, but quick heads up on there. Austin got a couple of the shipments out late. And so we started a fast on this date, and some people didn't have it. And the people who had the blends, their fasting is going nice and easy. And these other people are like, oh my God, this sucks so much. And that is validated for everybody who wasn't in the control group, how happy they were to not be in that control group. So if you want to continue being stubborn and have a rough time for the sake of everybody else will be really appreciative of you, because that means that they're going to appreciate everything that they're doing and that they've made the right decision. So that validation feels really good. And I love having a couple of people out there taking one for the team. Yeah,
man. Yeah. Control groups are very beneficial. So, you know, there's a good in it. So yeah, I think that to kind of, I think some people may be like, what exactly is Austin talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like it's the general, it's like, well, what do you do now kind of vibe. Like if you figured out some of the truth, but like what do you do? Right. And I see a lot of people, and I'm being almost reiterative, they think that that's it. Like they found out and now it's all sad. And like you shouldn't find out these truths and then become Eeyore, where, you know, like everyone else that's asleep, they're like, it's sunny outside, and you walk over there and you're like, but there's a cloud, you know,
that's
like
not really the sun, or I mean, that's a projection. You're an idiot.
It's like the sun's only there until the rain comes, you know. Yeah. It's like you should be that more happy, positive person, right? You should see through all the lies and stuff. And a lot of people are like, oh, the system's holding me down. But like, no, actually, the system is being utilized by very successful people to make tons of money, to have tons of prosperity and freedom and wealth and generational wealth. And the difference is knowledge, right? It's the knowledge that they have on how to utilize the system and how they didn't let, we can call it the slave state, know exactly how to utilize the system. It's the same system. It's the same, the billionaires using the same system as the person in poverty, right? And so it's not really that this vague idea of the system is your enemy. It's that ignorance is your enemy. Now you've been given some evidence or some truth or some knowledge. And so I think that we should, optimize it. And I'm telling you guys that I did the same thing. Like I had like an aversion to money. I'm like, no, I'm going to be a vigilante. I'm going to go down with the ship, like, no, I turned down the job because I wasn't going to take the truth down. And like, I'm going to blah, blah, blah. So yeah, anyway, I guess the general sentiment I'm trying to convey, because I see some people kind of asking, it's like, I think the truth community needs to kind of realize that they have an opportunity to really excel. And we have a bunch of people that kind of feel like it's them against the world, but you're not against the world. We have all these people here with you, right? And so instead of just being all compartmentalized in text chats, we should come together and kind of create community and help each other prosper. So, okay, there's my hoorah.
And I want to hit on a few of those points you had right there. Like, for example, you might suck at being in community. Now, you can say, well, that's because I know the truth, but maybe you suck at being in community with other truthers. That actually means that you are still indoctrinated in a way of being that doesn't work. We were indoctrinated into a system to make us struggle to get along with other people, to make us have a very hard time being successful, to make relationships very hard. We've been conditioned to have continuously failed relationships and to have divorce and depression and all this kind of stuff. So if you're not awake to those things, you still have a lot to learn. And if you are awake to them, but you have issues, then you need to start doing some personal development to get over that, because you can have an amazing life. And we're wanting to help everybody who wants to help themselves have an amazing life. There's no reason we can't. And I've been there also. I've been at the bottom, like considering suicide kind of stuff, like having given away everything and really unhappy, just thinking that, you know what, I can't be in a relationship, or no, I'm not worthy of love, or any of that kind of stuff, like all those kinds of thoughts. And the truth is that there was a point, part of me, it wasn't lovable because I didn't love myself. I didn't do the work on myself. But once I cleaned that up and I changed, which we can all change, there's nothing you can't change, but you have to have awareness of that first. And I'm not going to get into the emotional stuff for all you now, but know that there's nothing that you can't change if you want to. You might not know how to, but there are tools available so that you can. And so this tool is the first step in deciding, who do you want to be? If you're limitless, who do you want to be? Here's another thing. There's a lot of unhealthy truthers. If you're aware that they're poisoning your food, why are you still eating that food? Why would you do that? That's insane. That's crazy. That's suicidal. But yet I'm willing to bet that the majority of people are. Now, there's also a lot that are incredibly clean, and I've met them and they're very impressive. And there's a lot to learn from those people too, because they took the truth and they made change to their life. So today, here's some more truth. Do you want to implement that into your life, or do you want to keep playing a victim? Doesn't matter. We need a control group.
Yeah, that's actually a great way to put it. Like, that's what it is. It's playing victim. It's so easy to be the truther and play victim. But yeah, and I think that we're kind of on the same page here too. There seems to be a connection, like a metaphysical connection between state of mind and spirituality and health and your body. And I think the conscious decision to be clean is directly reflective of kind of where you are, your intention and stuff like that. All that to say, health should be one of the first things I think that a truther immediately focuses in on. And if you guys probably know, right, that we did the fasting group, and it has incredible results, because that's just step one. That's just getting the stuff out of you.
Yeah.
That's just like, okay, I'm being bombarded. Let me just get the stuff out. Let me just stop holding my body down for a second. And people's lives were like changing. So yeah, I don't know. I hope that people kind of really maybe look, as cliche as some people want to say it is or whatever, it is a new year on the calendar in the society that we live in. Okay. And it's 2024. And it's a perfect opportunity for you as an individual and us as a community to like really take advantage of like, okay, this is the year that we really, change our lives, or we really help the world, and we help ourselves, we help our family and stuff like that. And it's a beautiful energy and momentum to take advantage of right now that we're out of the retrograde zone. So yeah, I hope people do kind of harness that energy for the better.
And for those who want to wait for the official new year, we can do another stream then for you too. You can be control group 0.5. So yeah, I think that's going to be really fun. The fasting, it's great. And fasting doesn't have to mean not eating. It can mean just eliminating something toxic from your life. And part of the fun of starting now too is that a lot of people are talking about starting who are normies, and we want to bridge people over. We want to create lots of bridges so that we can all move forward. Because ultimately, like, I think we're all human, and we all started over there, and some of us are over here, and the easier we make it for other people. So if we can share our goals with our coworkers, maybe that are all in this goal setting and stuff, like, hey, well, do you have an accountability partner? What are you going to do? And like, can you share some of the things you want to do? That can be inspiring. You can be inspiring to everybody. And this is part of healing those things. It's like, well, okay, so you want to lose a bunch of weight. What are you going to do for that? They're like, oh, well, I'm going to start drinking Diet Cokes. And you're like, do you want to learn about maybe some better alternatives to Diet Coke or to Coke? Instead of like, did you know that Coke has aspartame in it, and aspartame causes diabetes and cancer and all this kind of stuff? It's like, you ask consent and then provide an even better alternative. Because that's the thing too, is a lot of us are woken up and there was no alternative. When we found the truth, we're like, crap, we're alone. There's nobody here. I know all this by myself. We didn't have an alternative to go to. And so what we're co-creating is an alternative. Like, oh, you wake up, you're not alone. There's a bunch of people who know stuff, and they're really cool, really smart, and really successful. And they can help you be all of those things too.
Exactly. I'm really excited, man. I'm really excited about what we're creating for you guys, and yeah, I feel like it's going to be really special. But I think also the first step is why it may feel like I'm beating it over your head over there, but it's like, make the conscious decision, like with real intention, that you want to better your life, because it's so easy to get caught up in the little routine that you do, or to convince yourself that you're not doing anything wrong. Every single person here, I can almost guarantee you, if they're honest and they think about their life, they're like, okay, this is a bad habit that I have. This is something I shouldn't be consuming, but I just keep doing it. Right? This is an aspect of my life that I'm not being very structured. I'm not being very organized. I'm not optimizing my time. This is me I'm not really consistently being fit or like being active. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not really optimizing my relationship with other people. I'm not actually optimizing how I can provide sustainability and wealth for my friends and family and for me and stuff like that. There's so many things that we become numb to. And certainly as truthers, we just kind of like, we're so used to taking bullets that we're just like almost take pride in it. And I'm asking everyone to step back and think like, okay, wait, like I'm not perfect. Just because I found out some truth, I'm not better than everyone else. And let's be like real with myself and be like, okay, I need to fix this, and this. And if there's a community that's going to kind of come together and help you do that, then just do it. Either you're going to do it or you're never going to do it. Like, let's just be real. Either you're going to do it or you're never going to do it. And if people are like, oh, well, this isn't the real first of the year, oh, maybe next year, like you're just looking for an excuse. You're not going to do it. Right. Yeah. Like it's about that intentional decision that you like, okay, this is the time. And what better time to do it? And then I'll let it go. Then when other people are going to do it with you, other like-minded people are going to do it with you. That's like an incredible advantage and benefit that so many of us have not had for years, that so many people don't have, that really gives you a legitimate chance in succeeding, which is what he was talking about with accountability and encouragement and resources and information and like-minded people just encouraging you and holding you accountable. So just do it, man, because and certainly there's a lot of men here. I think that you guys know, I've been saying it for 3 years. I think that the society is where it is because we don't have strong men and we don't have men that are like really leading by example, and truthers should be the ones that are doing that. So hopefully that one got you, because I can see you. I can see you.
Well, so with our fast, quick story. There was this woman in it. I want to say her name, but I'm not going to. She started on Thanksgiving, 5 days before the official start date. And she was so inspirational, so great. But she was leading this charge on her own. I jumped in like 2 days later to start my own because I saw what was going to happen. And she went through everything. It got really hard, that kind of stuff. And then she stopped, and she didn't meet her goal because she started before everybody else. There was nobody else on her page. But she was super inspirational to everybody else because she created a path. That path looked like it gets kind of hard. It gets really hard. It got really hard. Oh, it's getting a little easier, but now I'm all alone and I'm done. Also, women and men fast differently. And she was trying to fast like a man. And that can be dangerous and unhealthy. So I encouraged her to stop, and I'm glad she did. But everybody else started at the same time. And then they're going through, it's like, this is kind of brutal today. I mean, like, it's not bad. It's not as bad as I was expecting, but also it kind of sucks. But hey, we all got together and we all got to complain about it during dinner. And so we had each other to go through that suck. And then I was a couple days ahead. So I'm like, like on day 4, I was like, this is feeling good. This is really easy, guys. And then somebody else got to day 4. I'm like, oh my God, he didn't lie. This is awesome. This feels really good. And that helped pull everybody over. And that's what's nice is when you're with the group and you're going through these hard things together, it's a lot of relationships are forged like in fire, so to speak. And that's the fun of starting at the same time, which is why we're reaching out to you on this date, on this time, to start together, because you're going to have friends that you're going to make along the way because you're going to be suffering together in certain areas. And not necessarily suffering. You're going to be having realizations, breakthroughs, all that kind of stuff. It's not as fun when you join a personal development group a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months behind, because everybody else looks so far and you're like, I can't get there. I can never get there. And you didn't see how they got there. You didn't see that they all started at the same place or similar places. And we're not all starting at the same place. It's true, we're not. But we are going to be starting at a similar place at a similar time, supporting each other. And that's a lot of fun. I'd love to bring in one of the guys who's been working with me the longest, somebody who many of you know, awesome. I don't know if he's really let people know what we've been working on together, but you want to invite in JT, or actually let me share the link with him. Did I already give it to him? I did not, my bad. All right.
I would be amazed if people here don't know who that is. My boy makes his rounds.
Yeah. This guy is super inspirational. And I think he's an excellent person to bring in first, because we're talking about somebody who's already, when I started working with him, he was already an inspiration. And so before this, I mostly worked with people who were already inspirational, people who were high performing individuals wanting more. A lot of people who've never done personal development think they're too good for personal development. They don't think that they would benefit, or that they think there has to be something wrong with them to do this kind of stuff. And it's the opposite. People who start doing personal development love doing personal development. And because they realize they can keep growing and hitting higher and higher peaks they can't do on their own. And so it's awesome. It's awesome finding out your personal potential. And then when you think you discovered it, going further. So those who don't know, I'll start introducing JT while he gets in StreamYard. But he's a very successful professional athlete. He has a long and interesting story that I'll let him share. And he's got a beautiful family, a very successful family, beautiful home, just incredible guy. He has, in my opinion, a dream life that many people would love to have. And he's able to do what he wants to do and all that. And with all those things, he knew that he could be better. And he wanted more for himself. And so he and I bonded immediately, because that's how I am too. I I'm not ever satisfied with where I am. I love and appreciate myself for all the work I've done to get to where I am, but I'm not be like, okay, this is where I want to stay the rest of my life. Like, no, there's no bait. Like, this is not what I want the rest of my life to look like. I want my life to keep going like this, better and better.
Yeah. So you want to bring my boy in? I see him.
Power to do that, but he has the link. So
he's right there. I see him. All right. We're going to bring in none other than the legend JT himself, also known as Run Boston Bear. Boom. What's going on, brother?
Hey, how you guys doing? Starting out the new year, the new fake year. Good.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Some of my favorite guys.
That's awesome. I'm really enjoying everything that you're talking about. And I'm just thinking about everyone in the chat that's here live and the other people that are going to watch this playback later. Because it's that time of year where everybody gets geared up to lose a little weight or feel a little bit better. The gyms are going to be packed. But really, I think every time the new year rolls around or we get another chance to make that decision, like, are we going to eat a little cleaner this year? Or are we going to look at what kind of water we're drinking? And I've always been the type dude that watches over my body and wants to put good things in. I mean, I don't know if everybody's actually met me or they've seen me jumping around on everybody's stream. My name's JT. I live in East Texas. A lot of people think that I am in Boston because of Run Boston Bear, but I've just run that marathon 11 years in a row, and I'm about to hit my 12th year in a row. So I've got some consistency going at Boston. And I woke up to the truth about the nature of the earth about 2 years ago. A good buddy of mine told me, I think it's all like philosophy, and it's basically a religion that people just believe is reality and real. But the fact is, there never has been proven axial rotation or that the earth orbits the sun, and where's the curvature? And those three questions, I laughed it off at first. I was like, this is crazy, dude. You're just playing a joke on me, a practical joke. But he sent me a Matt Long video. He sent me some Witsit and Jeranism videos, and I just started in slow, kind of skeptical, but realized pretty quickly, whoa, for almost 500 years, we've been brainwashed to believe, a different story. And so, I kind of had a truther mindset. So what happened with the event in New York, I was kind of like, well, that's weird. And there's been some other stuff on the news in my life where I'm just kind of scratching my head, this just doesn't seem right or real. So I almost was bent towards digging for truth, but I never knew that I needed to. I had no idea. So 2 years ago, got told about the earth. And then next thing you know, I'm understanding that what the Bible says actually lines up with, because I believe in Yeshua, and my faith all of a sudden mingled with reality. And I started looking around at trees and nature. And then I started asking, what is in the food? I know that processed foods is bad. And I know that the water situation's bad. And I've gotten to know a bunch of y'all, in all the different streams. Every single one of us is looking to not be lied to, not be harmed. We don't want to harm ourselves. And through the process of learning more and more and more, I ran across Stephen and his work, and just gave him a call one day, got his number, and had a 15-20-minute talk. And he helped me understand that there are specific things that you can do with mindset and with nutrition that can help. And so, in all the goals, I want to live long. I want to be healthy. I don't want disease. And I want to perform well at a higher level athlete. So as a runner, I've always known what my marks are. How am I going to do with this training workout? Here's another year of working out the same way. And I started integrating different tapping into my life. I've done some personal sessions with Stephen that have helped me to remove some trauma that I didn't even know was there. And I look forward to telling you a little bit more about my own testimony with some of these products that I've been taking, because I was skeptical at first. I was like, look, I eat healthy. I'm a happy guy. I've been walking with the Lord for 14 years. I don't need a guru, or I don't need help from somebody. I've got it. My answer was, well, I have that. I have it in Yeshua. He's all I need. But as I've become friends with Stephen and understand that his goal in life is to help people not put toxins in and put things that are actually going to help them have vitality and operate at the highest level they can as a human. And I mean, I'm pretty much a believer now, because in my training and in my workouts and in my recovery, just by making small changes with diet and mindset, I'm feeling like a new runner. I'm feeling younger. So that's my little intro.
I love it. Hey, you filled out, so I gave JT a head start on all of you with this holistic goal template. Would you like to share where you were right when we met last year in 2023, and then how you finished the year, like going right to today, with each of those?
Yeah, definitely. I have my little goal sheet. I got it already. The holistic goal 2023. Let me see if it'll pull up. Weird, it's blank. I'm gonna have to go off memory. All right. So the funny thing is about the whole like filling out of the form and like where was I in 2023? If you don't know what's missing, you kind of just don't know, because I mean, I've got a great marriage. Overall, I'm happy. I'm a pretty joyful person. But I did have a want for better performance. And, like I'm 43, so I'm realizing like muscle mass is going to slowly be going away. And honestly, I didn't realize how much of mindset was a big deal. So when I filled out my form before, most things were decent. I felt like there could be improvement with different areas. But coming into this year, I just feel like my confidence has gone a ton up. My ability to suffer out there while I'm training, and like I said a second ago, like how quick my body's able to recover, how much I'm sleeping better. And then this is the weird one. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be weird for y'all, but I always had like this baseline anxiety that was just kind of always around. Not that I was an overly anxious person, but I was still a little on edge. And then depression tried to come in. And so going into 2024, it just started. Actually, a lot of y'all don't know this, but today's my anniversary, 11 years with my wife, which is awesome. But I haven't been anxious in 3 weeks. And I haven't had a depressive thought. I've been sleeping like a baby, training like a champ, recovering quick. And that's why I wanted to come on, is because it's not some kind of like, it helps a little bit, or yeah, this might help somebody. No, like this is changing already. A highly functioning, happy guy that can run quick marathons. It's given me like that little edge. So I can only imagine what it could do for somebody that is just kind of starting from square one.
And a little transparency. I think we've probably had, I want to say 6 to 8 sessions together.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And this is the thing, is like you can clear your trauma, and then you get to the point where we are, which is where you're actually wanting to change your mindset so you believe you can do more. So you can say, okay, yeah, I'm in a good space, but now I'm in a better space, space. So we keep upgrading his mindset, his thinking, his ability, and integrating that into his body, so his body resonates fully with it. So he's able, I mean, running is such a great example because it's a lot of mind over matter, but we integrate all of it, and it lets him have these massive gains, and he's healing faster. Like what? Like he literally heals faster now. That's amazing.
Yeah. So to give a specific, 2 Sundays ago, I ran a 22 miler. And usually when I run 22 miles, that's the longest I'll run to prepare for a marathon, because I've got the Houston Marathon on January 14th. So I'm about to race. It's coming up. I would do a 22 miler and then be really sore by the end of the day. And it's called DOMS, delayed onset muscle fatigue, where actually all the tear down and breakdown of the muscles, especially in the calves, like the lower legs, and just the big movers of a runner. It would be like day 2 and day 3, it would just come on and I would be aching. And especially in the morning, I'd get out of bed and like be hobbling like an old man till things got going. Lately, I get the run done. And the cool thing is, in the 22 miler, usually by like mile 15, I'm toast. I'm like beat down. I don't want to go anymore. I just want it to be over. Being able to sustain the effort and the energy. Like I was just talking with my friends and like, oh man, it just feels like we're at mile 8 and I'm at mile 18, and I'd finish it and I wouldn't be as tight or sore. I really think staying on top of hydration and actually adding in The first thing that I ever got was the Dragon Blend, and incorporating this salt into my life and just adding more salt into my body. I had no idea the effects it would have on like the neural transfer from my brain to the working muscles. And I didn't realize that I was probably chronically dehydrated all the time as an endurance runner. But, you know, to finish off my story, now I did the 22 miler and I might be sore day one, and day two, it might be a sliver, but it just fades. And it's like my body's saying to me, I'm ready for more. Give me another workout. And I mean, that's just amazing, because it's been probably a decade or maybe even 14 years since I've had that kind of feeling. And that was because of youth. So now at 43, I'm actually feeling like I'm transported back into my college days.
That is such an incredible testimony to hear. And you mentioned one of these, which was the Dragon's Blends Fuel. Mm-hmm. And we have 4 of these. We use these for the fasting group also. And they're meant for everyday use. It's good for all of your body. Like, we need to have these essential salts every day, whatever we're doing. And you'll have more energy. You'll have better cognitive abilities. You'll have better recovery. You will feel better. Now, JT is, if you guys have peeked at this website that Austin's put together, you'll see that there's like 3 categories of ways of membership available. And we've been talking about the first one, which is this fasting group, or really it's about eliminating all the stuff that's not working in your life. Now, JT's been working with me at level 3. And so we're going to give you guys some spoilers into what's coming, and it bleeds into level 2. So he's like level 1, 2, and 3. Like, this guy's doing it all. And it's amazing to see the results. And do you think that every product that I've recommended and everything that we've done together has been valuable? Like, I'm talking everything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've got the whole lineup here. I've been using it. One more addition to the salts. I was skeptical when I saw this, and I was like, okay, another salt, because I've known about salt intake. I know it's important, but the product I was using before, it just was extremely salty. Like, in my drinks, I'd pour it in, and this is so light. It just, when I drink it, I feel like my body's just saying, this is exactly what I need. Because I switched from using a salt product that's 1,000 milligrams per sachet and poured it in. And I gave that away to some running buddies because they use it. And starting on this, it's like, well, how come this works and that other thing actually didn't benefit me? That's one of my questions for you, because I think this has got some amazing stuff in it.
Yeah. So I believe you're talking about the 4 initial product. Yeah. That product is why I made this product. Because I recognized that company, I used to take it too. I loved it. Mm-hmm. They went big. They got bought out. And what happens when a big company gets bought out is they will switch to cheaper ingredients. Now, this is something that's important to know. So my partner and I create health food, or we create lots of different health products. The USDA does not, under any circumstance, regulate salt or water. Mm-hmm. They hide everything in salt. All the stuff that we're not supposed to talk about or know about is hidden in salts. So the first thing they do is they switch out the nice, clean, good salts with these bad, nasty ones. And that's what you were tasting. It's like, whoa, you noticed that taste because you're sensitive enough to notice it. So you're actually getting poisoned. That company is now poisoning people, I believe. And they charge 5 times as much. A serving of this costs 1/5 as much as that product. And this product is very superior. And Austin, you've been using this for about a year, right?
Yeah, I love it. I'm drinking the Fire right now. Fire is my new favorite. I drink it every time I work out, and I drink it when I go to sleep. And I keep it by the bed if I ever need a drink when I'm in the middle of the night. Boom, dude, Fire, bro. And I love the Fire and Coal. Those are my 2 favorite, But yeah, I think it's awesome. The reason I love it so much too is it like replaces, if you just drink water all the time, sometimes you're like, but this like has like some flavor to it. It's not just water. So I actually like it. Like replaced like any other type of drink for me. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I love them, man. I love them. I've been trying to tell you guys about them. I'm trying to tell you guys.
And not trying to make this about Dragon's Blood, I promise. But here's the thing though, is like last thing on it is it will save you money. Because you're talking 25 cents for whatever you're buying. And if you don't have clean water, the ones with coal in it has activated charcoal to help clean out anything you shouldn't be putting in your system.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also great for when you're going to detox and all this stuff, and you'll start losing weight and start feeling better. So it's the cheapest product on the market. You can, of course, make your own. Do it. That's great. But if you don't want to, you want to support the community also and get coaching and all this other stuff. And by the way, that's included in this is coaching and support.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great way to go. It's, in my opinion, yes, I'm a little biased, but I think it's the best product on the market with the best service on the market. So that's really cool. That's a very inexpensive way for you all to start hitting your goals. We have different fasters who are going to hop on it and share their testimony in a bit. We're going to keep JT on a little bit longer, but I don't want to spoil their surprises. That's really cool. But JT, since you're here, we have I'm debating which way I want to go with this. So let's first talk a little bit more about, like, I mean, not
something else. I have something else that I wanted to add to the story. So far I'm like painting this picture that this salt is like a miracle product, which I think it is. But the other part of the component is when you become a truther and you're like, what have they been putting in the foods? Like, what's this overload of toxin that I've been putting in my body? Like all the like highly processed oils, safflower oils, sunflower oils, and stuff like that. I also asked Steven and I asked Witsit, what do I do to get it out? Like, I need to get this out. So one of the products that you have is the bentonite clay. And I was like, bentonite clay, what's that? I mean, I'm just a country boy over here trying to figure all this stuff out. But he's like, yeah, man, I mean, you can alternate between bentonite clay and activated charcoal and put it in your tonics. And I mean, I've got all the stuff like curcumin. Is that how you say that?
Curcumin.
Dude, this stuff is the derivative of turmeric, and it smells sweet, but it's not sweet. And I've got a couple different kinds of mushrooms, but basically I make a tonic once or twice a day. I make a tonic, and I'll either do bentonite clay one day, just like once, and then the next day I'll do activated charcoal. You never want to mix them because they're a binder. And I'll just pass it through. And my wife's like, what are you putting in? I'll try it, drink it. And she's like, oh man, that kind of tastes all right. But I think some of the performance gain that I've been experiencing is not only proper hydration and salt intake, but it's the removal of the baggage, the excess weight and waste products and stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're not only getting lighter from that, but a lot of stuff is gumming you up.
Mm-hmm.
So now your muscles work a little bit better. So you're getting a lot more movement or explosion from the same amount of energy.
Yeah.
So you're working better. The curcumin is great for inflammation. And so, it's like an anti-inflammatory, but a natural one. And so any muscle soreness or other things you have, which would also slow you down and cause pain, goes away really fast. The mushrooms, the adaptogens, super great for your brain, great for healing your nervous system, which is going to allow you to fire more accurately and more often, have better reflexes, clean up your memory, allow you to heal faster as well. Specifically, reishi and chaga. These are all things, by the way, that everybody should be taking. This is like the MVP for good health. There's other stuff you can add to this that we'd recommend, but if you want to start feeling and looking your best, like, we put this kit tailored for all of you so that it's very easy. On our site, we say good leadership is making success easier for others. Different words, but basically that. And that's what we're trying to do. Is we've learned a lot, and this is what all truthers, I think, really want to do, is we would learn something and we want to share with other people. So we've learned a lot and we're sharing with you. And really short too, the way we're sharing it is we're getting this stuff wholesale so we can give it to you discounted. It'll cost you more to buy it outside of our community, going directly to the source, than as a community. So we're buying things in bulk and then reshipping it to make it more affordable. So we're trying to give as much value and make this as affordable for all of you as possible. And then jumping back to a couple other things. So have you thrown up or vomited in any of your recent long distance runs?
I haven't.
Okay, that was another thing that he's like, about 6 months ago, he said, I get to like mile like 18 or 20 or something. I think it was closer to maybe mile 14. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And you'd have to purge.
Well, it was like a foamy, like in my belly, it would like shake up and it would become like a foamy bile. And it wasn't because I was running too hard. I wasn't overdoing it. I mean, I've been doing this my whole life, but for some reason, inside of my gut would go like sour, and I just kind of like burp it up and then be like, oh man, it wouldn't be like full on throwing up out there, but I always was upset because I'm like, man, this isn't the way it's supposed to happen. Because like when you're running, you're supposed to maintain hydration and take in little bits of fuel so you can, go throughout the whole workout. But yeah, maybe it was the sulfur. I don't know. Something is stabilized, the removal of toxins, the right level of salt. Maybe I was eating too much as well, but yeah, we've hit the mark for performance gains and my stomach being settled.
Cool. Yeah, that's another huge win, I think. So congratulations on that also.
Yeah, man. And I just want to thank you. Like I was nervous about the coaching because I'm like, I've never talked to a therapist or any kind of life coach or any I've never even had anybody look into my history of, what did I grow up experiencing? What was traumatic in high school? What was painful? And I didn't know that I just like put almost like a Band-Aid over it and just stored it away. But working with you has helped me a ton with just confidence and just feeling peaceful, man. And not nervous that somebody like, okay, so used to, I would be nervous about what people were thinking of me. There's no way I'd be on camera right now. Zero chance I'd be live on this stream. But just learning about the shape of the earth and all the deceptions, that helped kick it off. But now that I'm actually putting quality nutrition in and getting the toxins out, I think it's clearing up my brain and like my whole body, my spirit and everything. It's wild.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what's happening. It's exciting. Health is a really exciting journey, and learning to heal fast and be good. I mean, I had a couple of near-death experiences throughout my life due to what I was eating and then putting in my body. So I didn't know for a while about the vaccines and other stuff. And about 6 years ago, I almost died from Miller-Fisher syndrome, which is basically a reaction to a vaccine. It's called Guillain-Barré, is that. And it's where your immune system attacks your nervous system, or so that's how it's explained. And I was given 2 hours to live. And I fortunately got connected to somebody who knew what to do to stop the reaction, but also was a ton of mind over matter and like really deciding, like, am I ready to die? Am I just going to give up and let my body die, or am I going to fight through this? And from there, it's about learning a lot. Like, why did this happen to me? I thought I was healthy. The doctors all said I was healthy. If I'm so healthy, how come I'm almost dying right now? Like, they obviously didn't know something. And that began my health truth journey. And just realizing that literally everything we're taught is a deception, and that we're taught to deceive each other along the way. Like in the comments, there's a bunch of people who are making fun of some of this stuff, and that's okay, because like instead of embracing like, hey, there's a lot of value here. Again, this is free value. You don't have to spend $1 if you're just paying attention. You can make your life much better. They are bringing other people down instead of elevating themselves and other people. So
yeah, I mean, my advice for people listening that are hating on, everything that's being rolled out right now, the information, I would say at a minimum, try the salt and go outside and put your bare feet on the ground in the morning for like 20 minutes a day, get fresh sunshine on your chest. These are all free things just as a trial. Like, just see how you feel just by drinking pure water with a little bit of salt in it. You don't have to do anything beyond that. And there are going to be haters, man, everywhere all the time, because I think people are scared. Too many times people have been abused and made, not made fun of, but pressured and stuff like that. But ultimately, this is what I feel. This is coming from my heart. I think that the truthers that listen to Witsit we're at the cutting edge of the awakening continuing to unravel. And it's not even going to be debated anymore that we're not on the globe. People are going to get it. Like, pretty soon, that big one is going to be captured in people's mind, and then they're going to be exploring, well, what is this realm? And they're going to need channels like this and streams where information like this is talked about, where you do talk about psychology and past wounds. And, because being brainwashed and all the predictive programming and the years of being fed this, that, and the other on TV and in schools, it's not like you can be told the earth isn't a spinning ball in space and just like be okay with it. There's healing that has to be done, and make fun all you want. I'm a dude that has a relationship with Christ, which some people hate on that. But for 14 years, I've been fine spiritually, like really good, because I surrendered myself to the Messiah. I've got a beautiful wife with 3 kids, and I've just been doing my own thing. But waking up to all the deceptions, it was a shock. Like I had about 2 months where I didn't know what to think or what to do. And there was a lot of anxiety. There was a lot of depression because I couldn't talk to anybody. If you try to bring this stuff up to people, they make fun of you. They shut you down. They hit you with 1,000 questions that you don't know. And now that I'm 2 years into it, I don't care what people think about me. And I'm on a mission to be as healthy as I can be a great runner so I can bring glory to Yah with the ability that I've got to run. And I want to make friends and have community. When the whole world around us is crumbling, I want to have people to connect with. And that's why I'm here.
Exactly. That's why I'm here too. Yeah. Build us up, make us strong and resilient, and let us have direction, know what we're doing and what's coming.
Awesome. Well, that's my testimony.
It was really good connection to you today. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have anyone else lined up yet. Let me pop in here really quick.
Yeah, Tommy popped in. We'll just kind of address some of this real fast. Like, bro, you guys got to chill, man. I feel kind of bad for you. You're being so negative, bro. I mean,
they're in the controlled group. It's okay.
Yeah, you're the control group. But I just want to point a couple things out, right? The people went and looked at the packages, are like, oh man, Austin's gonna be rich or something. It's like, no, dude, like look at what you get. The idea is that you replace all the expenses you have in all these poisonous chemicals and poisonous foods and drinks with something that's actually healthy, right? And so if you actually look at how much a lot of you people in here probably spend on stuff like Starbucks and Cokes and energy drinks and things that are bad for you, and then all the fast food and eating out and the junk food that you eat, add that up, right? And then replace that with something that's actually going to nourish you and be good for you. Or also just consider not eating so much and fasting and drinking the blends so you can actually heal your body. And then you're going to replace those meals expenses. You're actually going to save money. So that's the idea. It's not like we're like, hey guys, give us a bunch of money and we're just going to talk to you. We're like, hey, look at all these products and all these services that we're giving you at an insane deal because it's like a bundle. So anyway, I think it's kind of weird. First, people were saying that we were like promoting a pyramid scam. I'm like, bro, do you guys even know what that is? Like, this is weird. But anyway, we don't have to give that much attention because it's not really for those people. We kind of addressed those people at the beginning. There are going to be people that are like Eeyore and like, they think that they're up here and they're just going to complain about everything and it's all good. But a lot of you guys, I have faith in a lot of the people that watch my channel. That like a lot of that you do need to cut certain things out and get healthy and align yourself. And that's who this is for. It's not for the other people. So there's as much time as I really want to give it, but there's just a few going crazy in there.
Yeah, that's okay. The other thing I want to add is, I mean, there's so much to break down. Like these packages have a crazy amount of services in them and opportunities too. And I wouldn't even look at level 3 yet. Level 3 is intended for people who are entrepreneurs, who are business owners, who are into investing, or who are already successful at JT's level, where they are already doing well in life and they want to take themselves to the next level. So if you're already struggling a lot in life, like level 3 is not for you. Like you would benefit a ton from it, but you're also just not ready for it. And that's okay. Because we're talking about doing really cool things like running masterminds in there for pitching business ideas, this kind of stuff, which we're going to provide more services. Because when you wake up to the world, you realize that everything's trash. You start seeing there's so many opportunities. And so having a masterminds to create business plans, to get investment from other truthers, to realize your dreams and how you want to connect with the community and how you want to help heal the world or do something else. That's who that's for. That's for people who want to connect with other people and be supported and fill in the gaps that they realized they had. Like if you took that thing seriously and you're like, wow, I want to do some really cool stuff, and I have these gaps in my knowledge I need to address. Well, there's probably people here who can help you with that. And that's what that group is for. That's for those people who are going to build this really tight circle, and we're going to help each other do really well. The first 2 levels, that's at cost. That's it. Like if you go and buy this stuff just from Amazon or somewhere else, you'll pay. That's what you'll pay. And we are wholesaling this to you all to be able to provide regular accountability to you guys, coaching, a bunch of things. And it's really cool stuff. And we should go through that in a minute if people are interested, for those of you that are, because it's going to be fun. And like one thing, and I've called Austin out on this too, is like, yeah, he disappeared for a bit. He disappeared because he in part realized that just streaming all the time isn't going to let him provide for his family and do everything he needs to do and live a life that he's enjoying doing and a sustainable life. He had to take care of his life so that he could come back bigger, stronger, better, and be able to deliver even better content. And we got some really cool things that are going to be exclusive in here, but it'll also a lot of stuff's going to be shared. So he's going to be regular, but he had to take care of himself so he can go long for everything that's coming. And last on that, like if you check out my site, which is lifereset.pro, I recommend people take 3 months to just disconnect from everything and focus on themselves. And coincidentally, that's what he did. I did not recommend that to him. He just did that because that's about how much time you need. If you actually reflect on yourself, what's working in your life, what's not working in your life, what relationships are working, what relationships aren't working, healing and cleaning up whatever you got to do, and figuring out who you want to be, you need about 3 minutes of time to reflect. Maybe you should go to a Buddhist temple or an ashram or something, or you just do it at home. But we've been going and going and going. We've been having our adrenals drained for decades. And so give yourself some love. And respect people who give themselves that love so that they can be clear about who they are and that they can show up better than they were before.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, I guess, some of the stuff is like, if you go to Amazon, you can get activated charcoal for this much. It's like people don't know, I guess, maybe they need to be informed that, like, you can't just buy anything. Like, you can't just go buy anything that says Shilajit, anything that says zeolite, anything that says charcoal. It just takes a little bit of research to know that, though. But you actually have to find the good products, bro. Like, if you just go buy the cheapest activated charcoal you can find, like, that's not what you're supposed to do. But these products from this company are incredible. And someone actually said this in the chat. I don't know who it was. They were like, there's a lot of stuff they put in salt that's bad for you, and they don't even have to list it. And that's true. That's exactly right. And then Steven told me this other day that a lot of stuff the ingredients can be 25% inaccurate. Yeah. And then with salt, it's like salt and water are the 2 things that they don't even have like regulated, basically. So just saying like, oh, I found something cheaper is not really relevant. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about these are like high quality products.
And that's what you have to understand. I mean, it's really important to understand is that almost all those products out there are a scam. Again, buy them, say you're trying these things, take good data, and compare yourself in a year to how much better you got compared to somebody else who used clean products. MSM, the sulfur is a really great example. That will react with anything that is considered toxic or whatever. So it's hard to find pure MSM, and it's expensive. Most all the MSM available. I went to Natural Grocers the other day. Natural Grocers, they didn't have a single pure MSM. They all had something else in it. That makes it completely ineffective. That means you get 0% benefit. So even if you're spending half as much money on it, you're getting 0 benefit versus 100% benefit. So
yeah, and a lot of people clearly, like, reasonably so, they just want to like kind of know what's in the packages now that they're going to the site and stuff. And
okay,
yeah, we're gonna break it down. I want to just the general idea, bro, is I want you guys to step back and stop freaking out because you see prices. It's weird. Okay. For example, do you know how many people or how much money I saved when I did the fast? I didn't buy food for 5 days. I didn't buy food for 5 days, and I didn't even drink all my blends, right? Or people are like, oh, look, the blends cost so much. It's like the blends have 200 or 400 servings in them. Like they make tons of drinks. So if you're buying any drinks, you're paying way more than the blends. If you're eating and if you start fasting, you're saving tons of money from even doing that. So that's just one example of one of the products at the very beginning that actually saves you money. The irony is that it saves you money. Not to mention, this is for people that actually want to be healthy. Sometimes you have to do things and it costs money to be healthy. You have to detox, etc. You have to make sacrifices like not eating or whatever. So that's just an example. You can see how that can be grossly twisted and misrepresented. But when you actually look at the truth of it, it's a completely different story. So anyway, that's kind of how this whole situation is. And so in summary, what it is, it's a curated vetted list of like high quality products that you can drink while you're fasting and every day. Like I work out with the blends. I drink the blends nonstop, right? They're really good for you. They help you stay hydrated. They help you circulate your blood and all this different stuff. Really good drink replacement that's good for you, that can aid you in fasting or even intermittent fasting every day, that can like significantly improve your health. Then you have, say you're getting stuff out, you're detoxing, you're fasting. Then you have like the nourishment stage. You have to actually begin to nourish your body. And what do you nourish it with when almost everything is poison? Well, this is like a trusted list of things like in the tonic kit that you can actually replace a meal with, and it will leave you satiated and it'll give you the nourishment that you need. And it's not just not poison, it's actually very good for you, right? And it helps your body stay clean or continue to cleanse itself out and be detoxed and then nourished properly, right? If you combine those things, then you're going to see your health improve significantly. And then you're also getting all these other values. Like Run Boston here has been working with Steven for a while. I worked with Steven one session and like fell off the map for a second and like completely saw my life in a totally different way. That literally happened, right? Jaron has like the same story. There are group integrations, and at the top levels, you can even get potentially some private interactions with Steven and I in different ways, depending on how soon you get in. And these alone are worth way more than the memberships. So I would hope that people on my channel trust me more than to think that I'm like just coming over here trying to deceive people and like get over on them. Like, no, I'm a part of something that I believe is actually truly valuable and going to help people. That's the only reason I would ever promote it. That's the only reason that I ever had the blends on here in the first place. I do know a lot of people on here know that. And so for the people that are acting like they don't or just talking, whatever, it's all good. You're going to be our control group, like Steven said. And so that's like a basic rundown on it. Just actually think about it before, because I can understand a lot of people, especially in the truthers, they have like a scarcity mindset. So they see a price and they're like, they get scared of numbers. But dude, think about what you spend your money on, right? Think about who you're giving your money to and what you're spending it on. Step back and be like, well, that's not bad for me. That's hurting me. That's killing me. That's poisonous. Now, if I take those away, now I've increased my dispensable income and like, okay, now look at the things that are good for me. Okay. It's a very simple equation. And also, I think that once we really start to break this down and you start to see the different stuff that's involved in there, it's like one or two of the services, not even the products, is worth way more. You go find them. Don't believe me. Go look for someone that's going to show you, like, give you the true templates to all the credit repair and all these different things that are involved in there. You guys have no idea. It's worth way more. And it's like, so anyway, I'll just stop there. But I would think that people have more faith, maybe be a little more patient and wise, hear things out, slow to speak, quick to listen, and then hear what we're trying to present to you guys, because I think it's going to be very special. But maybe just for those that it's supposed to be for, right?
Well,
right. Hey, let me tell you this, Austin, because it came to mind. You're talking about expenses and what is the actual value of health. My wife and all three of my kids have been sick for it just seems like 6 days here and then catching another, like whatever. And I'm talking like 102 fevers, 101 fevers sustained, snot going everywhere. They're feeling terrible. They're laying out on the couch, which quote unquote, they're like, maybe it's the flu, whatever. And I think my wife's like, what's going on here? I haven't had a single problem, nothing. And I've been taking care of my little ones, wiping their noses. so before I became a truther last year, this is the control. I was sick probably, I don't know, 10 times. I kept saying the kids are bringing home something or whatever. A lot of it's mindset. I was scared that when they got the sniffles, they were going to give me something like a itty bitty, like a cootie. Now that I don't necessarily think that's the truth anymore, I'm operating at a higher vibration. I'm believing that if I'm going to detox, I'll detox. There's no reason to be fearful of my own kids and my wife, but also the performance gains with the salts and the run-in. I haven't been sick. So if I just maintain a life of not being sick and you're not going into the doctor's visits, hitting the insurance, antibiotics, and then what happens if the C word gets you or you really have to have a procedure? That's why I'm going into it, is because it's like, yeah, it might seem risky or scary in the beginning because you see price tags, but what happens when you live a decade and you're not going to the doctor and you live a long, full life of vitality? How are you going to put price tag on that? So that's all I got to say.
Well, yeah, and like eventually, I think that we're gonna have the products individually available, and so if that's what your issue is, like, oh, I just want this one thing, you can go do it. What you're gonna find out, it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this is actually like an incredible deal that I'm getting with the
I don't
packages.
want to push selling at all. Like, if you guys have any hesitation, don't buy, please.
Exactly.
Don't buy it right now. Watch the people who do. We'll have updates. You can see their gains also. I offer 100% money back guarantee. And whenever I sell products to people, I never have people complaining about these things. The worst case scenario, and I also can attest to this, is that something arrives broken and you need it replaced. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like yeah, dude, you said it, bro, because and like this is another thing too. Like, dude, if you reach out to me, I'll be happy to try to like, okay, if you want me to be real with you, be real with me, reach out to me on Telegram. And I want to know, if you're saying you can't afford it, I want you to tell me about it. Tell me why you can't afford it. Tell me about how much money you're spending on your food. I want to know. But if you're going to reach out to me and lie, I'm going to intuitively be able to tell, and I'm not going to. But just let me know. Let me know how much. What do you actually go and spend money on every day? Because I used to do it. I know. There's so many people here, right? We're trying to help you. This is all love. And some people don't. It's all good. Stephen noted. Maybe you'll just see what happens. But I think it's going to be so incredible, and you guys will see it, right? I feel very good about it intuitively. I think it's very special. So anyway, it doesn't matter. The control group is needed. It's a needed part of the equation.
The control group, yes.
There you go.
I know. Yeah, JT, you want to share one more thing, and then we'll jump to the next guy.
No, I was just gonna thank you guys for everything that you do. You've impacted my life a great deal. You know, I call you friends, I call you brothers, and you just got to do your own thing sometimes. You know, I know that the chat sometimes can get sideways, but I know in my heart of hearts that we're trying to bring good stuff to people in everything that we do. So why we spend time doing it. So I'm just thankful for meeting you.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much too. And look, I know I'm talking to the truther community, the most skeptical community in the world. The only person more skeptical than all of you is my partner, who created these products as a health coach, because she did all the research and knows that all the alternatives that you guys are pointing out are trash. The only reason we created this is because we found that it didn't exist. We don't want to create products for fun. It's not fun. It's a headache. It's expensive. It's very time consuming, but clean alternatives didn't exist. So that's why we did this. We did it for ourselves first and foremost, so that we could have these products because they're so important. And so, yeah, do the research, take as long as you need. I know you will find out that this is true. So,
yeah, and there are different niches for everyone. I mean, it's not for everyone. Like one of the major things that we're going to be offering is like showing you credit repair and then PG with business funding, like personal guarantor business funding, and exactly how you can set that up, and like a path to kind of financial freedom in the sense of like starting your own business and stuff like that. Some people are just like, they have an aversion to, like, honestly, like any type of abundance. They think it's bad or there's something. So just be patient. We're going to break everything down. You guys can research. You'll see over time, and don't feel like we're not trying to pressure you into doing anything. You can get into the fasting group for basically nothing. And we even told you exactly how you can still significantly improve your health for free. Just stop eating so much food, bro. Okay. Well, and if you get into the fasting group, then I'm almost done. It's taking a little longer than I thought, but almost done with a nice little fasting guide. If you get into the group, there's all kinds of people there that are going to help you. And that'll significantly improve your health right there. Right. It's just like there are levels to this, and we want to actually create an avenue for truthers to really become prosperous in health and wealth and like come together as a community. Right. And you should support that vision if you are a truther. Right. Who would you rather have lots of like power or success? Like crazy evil people that are like degenerates, or like truthers that actually have good intention or that could change the world? Right. I mean, come on. It's like, oh no, truthers need to be out of shape, obese, and poor, or you're not a real truther. It's like, what's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
All right.
Who do we have in the studio? I can't see the studio.
Oh yeah,
Thanks
Tommy. I forgot.
for having me on, for telling my testimony, and I'll bounce out, pass to the next person.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing you soon again. Take
Much
care.
love, brother.
Yeah, take care. Peace, chat, and everybody.
Tommy, what's going on, my brother?
Yes, more plans than I do.
Look at this guy's background. I'm so jealous.
They're not mine. I borrowed somebody else's studio.
Well, that looks like a very peaceful environment.
It is. I wish this was my house.
I like that hoodie, bro. That's fresh. You got that drip, bro. Where'd you get that?
I'm not sure. Maybe a etheric, whatever the website is, etheric factor. What's the website?
Etheric State has the link to those. I don't even know the name of the site. But
Okay.
yeah, baby. That's the fasting merch. How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. A lot better than I was a month ago.
Yeah. So quick intro to Tommy. He was our second longest faster in the group. And I think you blew away your goals. I'd love you to share your personal experience where you were coming into it. You were, by the way, everybody should know, he was an accidental control in the beginning. So yeah, that was a pretty funny thing too. But yeah, why don't you go and share your experience with all of this?
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I'll just start at the beginning of 2023. Like, I had just lost my cat. It was a very traumatic experience. And then a week after that, I lost my job, and I didn't handle it well. I got very, very depressed. Also, just I woke up to the true earth probably about 3 years ago, and I just tried to wake people up and ended up getting ostracized. And then with this other traumatic experience, I just kind of sunk into this deep depression. And a couple months ago, Austin announced this community fast, and I had done one fast before, like 4 days, and I'd been wanting to fast, but this kind of gave me motivation. He said, you get this blend, we're going to be part of this group, and we'll chat every day. Steven's been there helping us out a lot. And I first week I didn't have the blend because I ordered it late, and I was just like eating salt and stuff, trying to put some sodium in me, trying to absorb some of the water, but I was very, very dehydrated, and like it was pretty rough. Like I would just like be in the shower and just like not have enough strength to like wash my body and just like get out and just like have to like lay down. And then this finally came in about like day 6 of fasting, and like I was losing like probably 3 pounds every day. And then when I got this, I wasn't eating. I started gaining weight, and I was like, what's going on? And my guess is that I wasn't absorbing the water. And then once I had this in, I started absorbing water and gaining water weight, even though I was still burning fat. And then after I was hydrated, I saw my weight keep going down and down and down. But I was severely depressed. I was kind of just wasting my days, just smoking a bunch of dabs every day and just sleeping, being really lazy. And then I was going to try to stop smoking when I started my fast, but I didn't. And I kept smoking through it. And then on the second week, I decided to stop smoking just because I felt like I didn't want to. And I felt like I felt a lot better just being. I was like, I want to be sober. So then the second week, I just stopped smoking. I haven't smoked since then. And like I was sleeping in all day. And then ever since doing this fast, I've been like getting up, doing stuff every day. I went out and found a job. I haven't been depressed. I've been like super, super like hopeful and just excited for the future. Like completely changed things around. And then it happened to lose about 25 pounds in the 2 weeks that I wasn't eating, just as a bonus. And I don't know, I feel a lot better. I feel like my face is thinned out. I feel more confident. And like, yeah, like fasting, it's life-changing, honestly.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. What's next for you? You didn't happen to see the holistic goal template yet? Did you start filling that out?
No, I looked at everything late, and I basically pulled up Telegram when you guys were starting the stream. I was like, oh, I got to get ready. So I haven't had time to do that yet, but I'm going to look over that and probably tonight in the next couple days, look at that and fill that out.
Yeah, spoiler, we're going to have some group sessions so we can go over this. We can share the goals with each other and how we can achieve these goals we have. So I want everybody who's in this group to achieve all their goals over the year. And that to me is huge. Like I've gone through phases in my life where I've gotten everything I've wanted, and in phases where I didn't have anybody supporting me at all, and my life I just looked like a loser. And so it really is a choice into who we surround ourselves with. And that's the thing too, is that I want a small circle. I want a small circle of highly inspiring people that are pushing me to become a better version of myself all the time. So I don't desire to have my community be 7 billion people, even though I recognize they are, in a sense. The people who I interact with is going to be a much smaller group of people. And that's, again, advice for everyone, is find out like who you want to be. When you know who you want to be, surround yourself with people who have those characteristics. And you'll become more like them. You're the average of your closest friends. So take the time to evaluate who is in your circle. And if you don't like them, or you don't like yourself, some things need to change. And so we're just being authentic with who we are. If you like who we are, you want to be more like us, then we're a good group we're inviting you to grow and learn with us. It's that simple. Like, again, I don't desire to be with some of you all. And I know you don't desire to be with me, and that's cool. That's cool. I respect that a lot. And I wish everybody to find their own way through life, the best that they can. But what Tommy experienced is something that is free. You can do that without spending $1 here. This is just information that can greatly improve and change your life. And so he's a testimonial for what you can do without spending any money. Now, he has support. Was that support valuable, Tommy?
Oh, for sure.
Would you do it again the way you did it, or would you do anything differently?
Well, I would start with the blend. The first week was really, really rough. But yeah, having a group that's doing it together with you and kind of holding you accountable helps out a lot. And people, I keep seeing people say, oh, it's expensive or whatever, but I think I spent about $60 and it lasted me about a month, and I wasn't spending any money on food for like 2 weeks. So
Yeah, you say you had to save money. It's so funny. But like what's funny, dude, is even the level 1, it's $3 a day. You get the blends and then you get the other stuff that we're adding into it, right? So yeah, it's funny. I think people maybe you guys should try fasting. Maybe you guys are so negative because you haven't fasted. But just saying.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean,
yeah, you have a super inspirational story, man. Yeah, and like, would you say that, like, how important would you say for you actually having the community there with like their experiences live with you, or like somewhere to go to ask questions or to hold you accountable? Like, do you think that it would have been different if you didn't have that? Do you think you would have been able to do it like as effectively?
maybe not. I don't think so. Because like, I mean, if we're like with all the different people in the group, like everyone has something to share. And there's just a lot of information like that I wouldn't have been exposed to if I wasn't part of this community. And yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't think I could have gone 2 weeks without eating without all of the support.
Don't you agree? There's also like this aspect of it that's like you got something to prove in a way. You know, it's like you're in the group, so you almost have something to prove. Like when I walked by the restaurant, if I was just fasting myself, I'd been like, whatever. When I went to the room, I'm like, bro, no, I'm not gonna be the one that went and ate a steak day 3.
Yeah,
You know, day 2.5. So don't you think that that's like part of it too? It's just like the intrinsic accountability of the group itself. So yeah, I think it's pretty important. But anyway, you answered the question.
well, it was both though, and that was one thing I want to be really clear about, was that this fast was not a competition. Everybody had their own goals, and it was really I was really encouraging people to listen to their bodies, and if they weren't feeling something, I encouraged them to stop if it wasn't going right, because sometimes the fast isn't going right for you. You didn't prepare for it properly or whatever. And also, again, men and women fast differently. So I had to encourage some of the women to stop because it's not healthy for them to do it the same way a man does it. And they were able to switch to intermittent fasting and continue losing weight and participating. And they were amazing cheerleaders in this community. It was really fun. We created a lot of camaraderie along the way. And we had fun. We watched the debate together, and we had a lot of fun. It was a really meaningful experience. And that's what inspired this community. This fast inspired this next level that we're now offering, because a lot of people were like, well, what next? I've lost weight. And they've quit alcohol. We have some other people come on in a little bit who's also have equally inspiring stories. They want to know what's next. And that's where level 2 comes in, is that after you've detoxed, how do you properly nourish yourself? What's the best nourishment available? What are the best adaptogens available? What are the benefits to this? These are meal replacements, by the way. So again, you're not spending more money. You're saving money on something you shouldn't be eating and replacing it with something that's super nutritious, super healthy for you, that will make a noticeable difference in your life. And so that's what level 2 is about. Is once you've gone through level 1, you can jump to level 2, because you'll understand why once you finish level 1. And that's the same thing. Once you finish level 2, you will understand why level 3 exists, because now you're motivated, you're excited, you have ideas and inspiration, and you're ready to improve your mindset. So this is all available as a way so that we can heal together, grow together, have a lot of fun together. At whatever pace is good for you, and you can spectate as long as you want.
Yeah, another thing is like, I think scarcity mindset is like a phrase people should become familiar with, because when I've talked to like really successful people, I mean really successful people, right? And Steven, you've been successful, like they all tell me the same thing, which is one of the best investments they make is actually paying like a mentor. So like they go and like get a program or something. So they're not getting anything tangible, right? Like I know someone, he said he spent $20K. He found the guy that was best at social media, and he went and paid him $20K to show him how to go viral. And he flew out there and he talked to him for one day, paid him $20,000 just to talk to him one day. So he answered all his questions, give him all the secrets. And he said he's made way more than $20K back on social media, right? And so that's like the kind of switch in your mind you have to make. It's like, whether that's wealth or health or whatever, it's like, well, no, you have to invest into something of value, right? And people look at it, and this is the slave mindset, in my opinion. It is like, I need to hand you paper and then get something physical back only, right? And what is this value? And I was like, yeah, that's what they want the slaves to think, because that's not what the powerful people do. So yeah, and I guess it'll speak for itself. But some of the stuff that's going to be in there, like I know and you know, like it's going to be crazy. People are going to end up making like way more than they even spend.
Definitely. We should talk about that a little bit, what's being offered in this. And I will in a moment. I'll start letting people know some programs that we put together for them. And we haven't not been lazy the past 2 months. Like, we've been really thinking a lot about what we want to offer. But to build on what you were saying, this was a really tough thing for me. And so I was so anti-money for so long, but I discovered personal development a while ago that I would find ways to trade for personal development. So I would trade like my time. I wouldn't get paid anything for it, but it was like $20 an hour or whatever. So basically, it was like I was really getting paid way less than I would make at a job. I am highly educated and I have a lot of things I could have done, but instead I was like, no, I don't want to touch money, so I'll trade for this. When you start investing in yourself, it has a subconscious effect that you're worth something, and that increases your energy, what you put out. And now people see you as being worth something. So if you don't value yourself at all, you don't spend money in yourself on good ways, if you're just devaluing yourself, you know that you can't lie to yourself. And then other people can see that. And it's really bizarre. But as soon as I started paying for the workshops and stuff instead, I started attracting way more abundance than when I would just trade for the things. I got way more out of these things when I would pay for them than not. And so, yeah, this is why high performance people are always doing personal development, and they're paying crazy money for it. I'm a huge fan of Grant Cardone. He's one person, but there's many others that are really good to look at. All these people have coaches, and those are like your direct accountability partners, all that kind of stuff. And these are things that we're putting into, we're trying to pack in, as we're giving you a taste of a lot of things. So you're going to have an accountability partner. We're actually having a couple training programs to train people to do the work that I do, because I'm not scalable individually. So I'm training people how to give sessions, to help people heal trauma. So that also becomes a skill set you can have. We're training people how to be coaches so that they can coach other people and be coached. And you get to do that. You coach and be coached. It goes both ways. It's really fun. You get way more out of life when you start doing that. When you start being honest, like, how much time are you wasting every day on different things? It's like, for example, one of the things that's included in here is the summit videos, all the past summits that Austin's put together. I wish I would have known about that when I first discovered this stuff. I would have paid to save time, to not have to watch all the garbage, all the misdirection, all the deception, and just get the gravy, because my time is valuable. And so when you have the best of the best delivered to you and pre-curated, that's incredibly valuable. Your time is valuable. You don't need to watch every misinformation video out there. You don't need to. And so we're including all of the summits with discussion groups afterwards, so you can make sure you understood what was in there and ask questions. So that's a really cool thing. We will have probably one video a week with a discussion group afterwards. We have a training workshop, how to present the true earth in reality. And this is going to be a compilation of all the work that Austin's put together, so that you can create your own presentation for how to present, with coaching from me for how to do it in a way that won't be triggering to your family. You have to understand that everyone's indoctrinated. And as soon as they get triggered, their conscious mind shuts off. You're talking to a little kid all of a sudden, and they're not listening to you. So how do you get through to them? I can help with that, so that you can actually help wake people up instead of worsening their conditioning, where they have a bigger traumatic response to what's happening. And I hope to be demonstrating this on Jaren's show, actually, is with some ballers, is how to have these kinds of conversations where they can stay conscious and not get triggered. I know it's fun to watch them get triggered and all that, but it's not productive. We've created a really fun game show, I think, and people who are level 3 get to participate in the game show, win real prizes. But the game show is name that fallacy. So you get to become really skilled in logical fallacies and what they are, and it's going to be cool. And so it's probably going to be weekly, and we'll share that with probably everybody who's level 1 and 2. But level 3 is going to be the first ones who can be participants in it, and we'll probably share some of them to all YouTube, so all of you guys can watch that for free. But if you want to participate, we're going to select from top down, and you'll get free products that way. Also, just a side note, we're giving away a lot of stuff. So Tommy, he paid attention in the chat, and I said, like, look, if you guys do a couple of these things, there's a chance that you're going to win something. And so he's winning a membership because he followed the little Easter eggs that were there for taking photos of himself with the products throughout the week and recording his journey. So he did what he should be doing anyway, which is documenting his progress, and he's getting rewarded for it. So we're going to have all these kinds of cool things to help people out in different ways. The Financial Freedom Workshop, we don't know what we're going to call it yet, but basically it's, look, a lot of us wake up, we screw our debt. We're like, screw the system. I don't care about anything. It's all rigged or whatever. We're angry and we destroy our credit. Well, I don't know if you know this, but is it legal to report you have bad credit? So there's some tricks to get your credit cleaned up.
And dude, just that right there, bro. Go look up credit repair on Google real quick. Let's see how much people charge you.
I spent $2,000 for people to repair my credit, and they didn't. They did a little bit because they just keep bringing you along. One more month. They don't do it. We're gonna teach you how to do it. You can do it next month. Have new credit.
And you're gonna get the truther information about how to fix the credit, which is not easy to find. You know, like, that's why I'm saying you guys should be patient and hear stuff out, you know, because you got, like, that right there is an insane value. And anyway, you'll get it. You can get all the templates and all that, exactly what to do. And that's a well-kept secret, to say the least.
Yeah. Business coaching and masterminds. Like, some of you guys have business. I didn't get permission, so I won't say his name right now, but this guy, he's amazing, really incredible guy. He's outspoken. He does not know how to run his business right now. He has so much opportunity, and most of you don't. Most people don't know how to run a business, but he has one. So we're going to help him in these group business classes get set up to be successful. And so he's already invested in level 3, so he has access to that. And level 3, again, it's going to be for people who are business oriented, personal development oriented, people who want it all. And by the way, that's a tax deduction. Personal development's a tax deduction. I don't know if you knew this, but if you're a business owner, personal development is a tax deduction. So another incentive to have that. Also, by the way, these are all health products. If you have a health savings account, we're set up to take that too. So you get a savings there. So if you have saved money for your health, we can accept those payments. And that was a bit of work to do to get set up. That makes it easier for you. So you saved money because you saved this money, tax-free money, that you're now able to use on the best quality products available to help you. The services that Tommy experienced that help him be successful, we're offering that again next month, and every month we'll offer that. Really awesome thing that Austin's offering is daily, workout with daily with blends with Austin. So he works out every morning at 6. This guy gets up in the morning, starts his day right with a good workout. I do the same thing. He goes to the gym, though I don't. And that's going to be, it'll just be an inspirational bit. That's there to get you guys motivated energetically. And then he also has another thing, which will be a tonic hour. This is cool. It's like instead of going to a coffee shop to hang out with people, we're going to do it virtually. You'll learn how to make a tonic, which is full of all these healthy, healing ingredients. It's going to taste like a hot chocolate milk. It's delicious. And we get a state to our accountability group. What are our goals for today, for this week, for this month, for this year? Hear them, have accountability partners, and maybe get advice or learn how to word things a little bit better. A lot of people don't know how to word stuff. They actually word stuff and they set themselves up for failure because they don't understand or believe how much their subconscious matters. They're like, well, I don't want to be broke anymore. Well, your subconscious only heard, I want to be broke. And so until you get that and understand that, you're going to stay broke. So having people around there go, hey, so you want to feel wealthy or you want to feel abundant, they can correct you that way. And then, well, how are you going to do it? What steps are you going to take today? What are you doing today to work towards that goal? And so this is what is being offered, these daily check-ins, these things that you don't have right now sitting at home. And if you do, great. You know what I'm saying is true. So congratulations, you're ahead of most. But if you are hearing this for the first time or whatever, it's hard to understand how valuable this kind of stuff is. And any one of these things would cost as much as level 3 normally for getting quality. So look at getting a coach. Look at getting a coach to help you that's going to offer daily accountability check-ins. How much is that worth? Now, you can do this for free also. You can absolutely do that for free. Find a friend who wants to get healthy with you. Call each other up every day. Set your goals every day. Share with them that goal sheet and do it for free. I don't care. I want to see the world and everybody doing better, however that looks. You could join the program. You can copy every single thing we're doing and then make your own copy of this community somewhere else. And then you could claim to get rich doing this. That's okay. More people to do this, the better. Small groups, small communities are way more resilient than one giant one doing all these things. And we got a lot of more cool stuff. But I hope they give you guys a bit of a taste for a lot of the other value beyond the product that you get.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think maybe people aren't even really understanding what it is, right? But you'll get like exclusive access to certain content and like live interactions, group therapy sessions. Like basically you become a community, right? So like you get, or private if you get to the level 3, right?
Yep.
And as like for example, when I'm doing my tonic every day, like I'll have a live interaction, like we'll get to know each other, but like, okay, you told me you had this going on yesterday. How did that go? What's going on? And we're going to kind of just like create a community that helps like support each other, help people be accountable. And then what happens is you'll start to have a network build where it's like, oh, you're in that field, I'm in this field, we can work together. It's going to start to create connections, right? Of like avenues to prosperity and success working together as truthers. It's a pretty beautiful thing. And then you will get, access to the content specific to what your membership is. And that is, of course, the only way that something like this could ever exist, right? Is in order to create all the products and services and all the time to put it in there to create the network. Obviously, it requires resources. So you get all these products at a crazy deal that helps you with like becoming healthy, but you also get like all these other things. It's pretty exciting where we're just kind of getting started and building it. And it's already got like an insane value. So I feel really good about it. I hope you guys hope you guys are understanding it. I think that a truther would resonate with it if they're understanding the vision, right? It's a pretty impactful vision. I'm pretty stoked personally.
And I just noticed one comment I want to address really quick. We actually will be able to ship international. So if you need international, though, please reach out directly through our contact form, and we'll get set up for that. But if you subscribe, I will cover your shipping costs. I know it's going to be that's a big commitment. I know that can be hundreds of dollars actually. Reach out, and we'll get a quote to figure out what it'll cost to ship internationally. But yes, we are going to ship this internationally. I know that we were only doing the blends locally, because shipping internationally is crazy expensive, but we're set up for the doing international. So reach out, we'll figure that out for you if you are international. This is definitely meant to be global. We have another guy in here. I haven't shared what his offerings are too, but he's in Uruguay and he's got some excellent offerings also. And so there's a lot of surprise here. We're going to get the rest of the calendar up and you all can check that. But hopefully this is enough flavor, a good enough idea for how much value is here. And again, having a handful of you all here to experience this and then come on next month to share how much progress you had in just 1 month that you didn't even know was possible will be really cool. And so that's how I see it. I see this as something that's just going to naturally snowball as truthers realize how good it can get. And that's the thing, is that being a truther is amazing, because when you're lied to and you don't know it and you're just feeling bad all the time, that sucks. But when you know the truth and you realize how you can clean up everything, and then you can be around other people who also know this, life is good. We're in a blessed place.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like if you look at it like a daily thing, right? Like level 2 is like $11. It's like $11 is less than like a mil almost anywhere. You know?
Yeah. And on that, by the way, sorry, formulate this. This is for couples. It's for single and couples. So if you have a partner, level 2, level 1, 2, or 3, you can bring your partner in on this, and you'll have the minimum recommended amount would be, if you were to do half of what's on the containers, that'll cost you $5.50 a day per person. And so you can stretch this out. I do take the full amount. I have 2 tonics a day, but if you have 1 tonic a day, you will be doing better than 90+% of humanity. And doing 2 a day, you'll be at like 95, 99%. So yeah, if you are with somebody else, share this with your friend, share it with them. You guys can go in this together. This is about creating those relationships. Again, we're saying, like, have that person be your accountability partner. Take your tonics together, go to the gym together, or work out together. I am opposed to the gym, by the way, actually, but that's a conversation for another day. But yeah, no, we set this up so you guys can do this with somebody, and that you can do it with a loved one or whatever, or you can just have it all yourself and enjoy all of it, because it's great.
Yeah. I think it's like what's so cool is like this is it's almost like a glitch in the system where it's like, okay, look, the people are eating way too much and like they're messing up their body and they need a detox and all this stuff. And then when they do need to be nourished, they need a nourishment the proper way. Like, okay, the glitch is like cut that stuff out. And for one, that just gives you this huge head start, and then replace it with something that's actually good for you. And with the purchase of that replacement that's actually good for you, we're going to pack in all kinds of stuff to make an awesome community. It's like a glitch. So it's like, it's a lot to do with mindset, I think. But yeah, because you can look around. I was looking around for some of the stuff that we're doing, and bro, like you're not getting this value anywhere, like in the whole world. Like literally, you're not. It's just like this exclusive truther thing. So yeah, I really encourage, if you guys have questions, like reach out to me, reach out to us. Because yeah, I think that this is going to be a game changer. Sorry, kind of addressing. And then, so I didn't even know for sure, but the guy was asking about international. So like reach out to us through our contact form on the website and we'll try and hook you up with that. Because that was a thing. And we have a lot of truthers all over the plane. I've discovered all over the plane. So yeah. Very cool.
Okay. I think, Tommy, do you have anything else you want to share with us, or any comments on what you're hearing also?
Yeah. I mean, just like Austin and Steven both said, like your health and mental and physical it's an investment. Like, honestly, probably would still be just being lazy. I probably wouldn't have a job right now if I hadn't invested a little bit in an electrolyte blend that actually works, and took a little fast and had a community to help me through that. I'm good. Probably, yeah. It's an investment for sure. Like you take care of your health, and then things start falling in line. And yeah.
And building on what Tommy just said too, by the way, if you aren't healthy, are you going to end up at a hospital? If you're in the US, what's that hospital visit going to cost you? Do the math there. Like when you do that math, you're like, holy crap, I need to take care of this because it costs so much. You will lose your house, everything, unless you have great insurance, which I don't know if that exists, but if you got it, congratulations. So when you really do the math, I mean, that's great. What's the value of feeling good? Like actually feeling good in your body. Everybody, I haven't had a person who was in on this, like everybody says, like their arthritis, pain goes away, all these things within days. They are feeling better. They're feeling like 20 years younger. And that's true. Again, you don't need to be in this group for that. This is just truther stuff available to you all that you can heal anything. And that's one, I think, one of the biggest secrets is that the only thing that can heal is you. No product you buy is going to heal you, but detoxing allows your body to heal better. Giving your body what it needs to heal will allow that to happen. But there's no medicine or anything that's going to just like magically do something. That it's going to actually just be working with your body for that to happen. So a doctor doesn't heal you. A doctor cuts out stuff that's not working, or just like cuts you up, and then your body has to heal and recover anyway afterwards.
Yeah, you got to do something. If you have brain fog, or you're tired all the time, or you have migraines, or you have arthritis, or you have high blood pressure, or if you have diabetes type 2 or really even 1, in my opinion, all of these things, you have to do something if you want to fix them. You have to do something instead of like feeling sorry for yourself, like just do something. Just actually do it. So like now you have this perfect opportunity. Okay, you have a new year, just do it. And so many people in the fasting group were like, I'm so glad I did it. Well, a lot of people are intimidated from fasting when they first hear it, right? If they've never done it, like what I'm supposed to go how long without eating? That's like an absurd idea to me. There's no way I can do that. But when they just did it, looking back, this is how life always is, right? It's just like working out, like being active. Like I can't run, I can't go play basketball that long. And then you do it. And once you start to do it, you're like, I can't believe I ever didn't do this. That's how it goes. Literally, like now that I do intermittent fasting, I can't even imagine a world where I didn't. It sounds insane, right? And so just do it, reserve judgment until you take action. And then you may be pleasantly surprised, like it seems like pretty much everyone else is when they take the action. So call to action. I have faith in you guys. You guys are not the average person, right? You're a truther. You can fast. You can replace your food. You can cut back on your meals. You can start eating healthy. You can detox. Like you can do it. You should be doing it far before other people. And people ask, what do they need to do for the jab? We would have to go in depth. We'd have to do like a Rumble and Rockfin only stream. But obviously fasting and detoxing is a great first step, right? What would be your take on that and as coded as possible? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. First, I want to answer a quick side question, which is where can you get this without this? Austin's site, ethericState.com. You can just get the product there. You don't have to have any of these other services if you don't want them.
Yep, and the link is in the description for that as well.
So to clear up any mistakes you made or from following medical advice, everything's included that you will need to do that. We have to have a private talk about what that is, and the answers are out there. Find the answers and you'll see that the solutions are going to be included in this. So now let's see. I'd love to have Leland on. He has a really great story. His internet is often terrible, so I'm concerned that it's going to be kind of a joke, a testimonial. But he joined as a bit of a mess, and just wanted to lose some weight, and he also wanted to quit alcohol. And his wife was really supportive. His family was super supportive, really beautiful family. And he ended up taking out way more than he planned and staying off of a lot of things. And I hope that I'm sharing that context because he's probably going to break up some. And so you can piece some of these blanks together. But really beautiful man, beautiful family, inspirational story. And this changed his life too, like way for the better. And he ended up saving, again, tons of money because he was spending money on stuff that was really bad for his health that he eliminated along the way. So I don't think he would have done that without the fasting group. And additionally, he made a lot of friends on this journey also. So do you have anything you want to say about Leland, Tommy?
Yeah. Awesome guy. I actually didn't even know, like, we were actually following each other on Instagram before we even met. Like, just like mine's. I liked his posts. He likes my posts and stuff. So, yeah, he's big inspiration. Big inspiration. I'll say that.
I don't know if Austin is able to switch you all out, but
yeah, he's not in yet.
Oh, he's not. Okay, let me message him.
Yeah, like, dude, I swear, I'm like so like energized thinking about this too, because like I have this vision of truthers working together, you know, and I think it's so like investing together, investing in each other, hiring each other, like creating businesses together, like that is the glitch, bro. That's how we win. You know, we create avenues within the truther community to create prosperity and success, and that's when we win. That's the number one thing used against us is health and poverty, right? Those are the two things that keep us in this little box. And then, of course, the mentality that kind of keeps you within there. So it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting for me to think about like turning it the other way.
Dave Weiss was inspirational for me in that, like he said, like, you know, like the only people I want to work with are truthers. And I decided to give that a try. I reached out to different people, and everyone who I've connected with on a level like face to face, I've really enjoyed. So there are some of y'all who are a little crazy still, and that makes sense because of how much trauma we've all gone through. And I've also helped many of you, including myself. I went on this journey before you, through healing all of that, to feel really good, to feel really stable and really safe again. And so I know that deep healing is possible, and deep healing is something that we all need, baller or truther alike. Like the indoctrination system is intentionally traumatic because it actually prevents us from connecting and doing a lot of stuff that we're able to do that is completely offline if you live in any level of fear.
Yeah, absolutely. Fear is like the worst thing ever, man. It's the worst thing ever. And like I like a lot of truthers need to be honest with themselves, man. Like you guys live in a state of fear, bro, because it's easy to get trapped in that. And I've had to fight it myself, especially when like the whole pandemic thing happened. I'm like, and I'm about to do a stream about zombies, and like I'm like really hesitant on how to do it, right? Because I just don't want people freaking out, man. You don't got to freak out. Like fear is what's used against us. Fear is a very strong emotion. It's a crippling emotion, and so you should avoid that mindset, bro. Seriously. Because think about it. How long have some people been so scared? Like you've been so scared for the last 7 years, bro. We're still right here. We're still sitting here talking, like overcome the fear. Some people probably need to hear that, bro. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Like, and honestly, you're needed by other people to not be scared. Okay, we have a couple people in. We have Leland, no video. J-Stone, no. Oh, J-Stone's video. All right. So how do you want to go about this?
Let's try. Well, we can add more in too. Is it okay if Tommy sits here?
Sure,
sure. So much color. I don't want him to leave unless you got to go.
No, I can hang out.
Cool.
All right. Yeah. This also feels more homely. I'm used to seeing these guys all together. So why don't we pull them both in and mute? Okay. Heads up. You have to mute Jay Stone regularly. So just keep him muted unless he's supposed to be talking.
Okay.
And Leland, oh my God, his internet. He got a phone from the 90s and he hasn't upgraded. That's all I can say.
Okay. Nice. Let's do this. All right. We're adding them in. Jay Stone, Leland, what's going on?
Hey, Happy New Year, gentlemen.
You too, brother. How's it going?
Never a dull moment here in the DC metro area. Always fun.
I don't know about fun, but I'm sure it's not very dull. I've been there. Wasn't my favorite place, bro.
No, better places to be.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So quick intro to Jay Stone. I love this man, and I like to pick on him. And I just knew that he was the guy who would create all the stories and do everything the wrong way, or something.
Yeah, no Zoom skills at all. No presentation skills.
But he brought a lot of humor and a lot of fun, and he's just got such a great heart and a laid back man. So,
I'm still trying to convince everyone in my neighborhood that the moon is not a ball; it's a disc. But I'm not getting anywhere.
We should probably start with some easier things first, like curvature or something else. But what one of the things that Jason brings here is something that happened with the people who weren't in this group. Is people did contact me about the fasting group who did not want to be a part of the group, and they were doing a lot of stuff wrong because they just had this idea of how it was supposed to look, and they were doing things wrong. And so, how many days, Jason, did it take you until you actually started fasting? Because
I mean, I had a first day hiccup, and then if you consider bone broth or a little bit of heavy cream a cheat, less, like you said, less than 50 calories a day, basically. 10 grams of whatever generally keeps you under 50 calories. So, to me, having no meals, pickles, just when you're at a weak point, it's not going to make or break anybody. It's the 72-hour, struggle that's real. That's what I found.
But yeah. So there's a couple things that I probably want to share, but we'll wait. Do you want to? What were some of the benefits and different gains you had along the way? How was your experience with this? I haven't actually heard your testimonial for being a part of this group.
Who's that directed at?
You, sir.
Oh, me. Well, prior to Dragon Blends, I had never gotten past the 48-hour mark. I thought I was losing my mind, without something like your product. Therefore, just the cravings, hit. So, with Dragon Blends, that 72-hour low point where obviously you go into that full autophagy, you start releasing the garbage that's in your, visceral fat, obviously. It guys started to get euphoric. Day 4 was better, and day 5 was like, I'm just going to stop because I'm feeling too good. It's overwhelming. I mean, it's really sad to say, but it's like day 5 is like, I don't want to find out how good day 6 and 7 might be. So I'm just going to stop now. Having been so food addicted, breaking that shackle of like, must think about, what I'm making today, must think about what I'm buying for this week at the grocery store. Like, that's all just nonsense. I realize that now, like, it's always a mind game, but we always have control of like just saying, if there's nothing good to eat here or today, like, I don't have to deal with any of this bullshit until I'm in control of what I want going in my body. Now, so obviously I had a disastrous refeeding after my 5 days and was eating leftovers. And, I've watched some podcasts about what is like True North Health, and Goldhammer, whatever his name is, talks about refeeding, complications, which that's probably what I went through. You pull in all that processed salts and whatnot, and then you get dehydrated. I just had another event because I've only done like maybe 20-hour fasts a day on and off since then. And so I just had a surprise, like a knee injury in bed. So I must be like doing karate in the the astral plane. I don't know. So I had to take 12 days off work for the back thing that happened after fasting. And because I think I'm just releasing too many toxins too fast. It was just overwhelming my immune system, and of course, the entire medical establishment has no fucking clue, it's part of my language, what the hell's going on, because it's way off the radar for them, which was kind of hilarious, and so now this knee injury is healing pretty quickly. And I think that's thanks to, just being more practicing mindfulness of, hey, I can get up and make sure that I fast for at least 16 hours, black coffee, cacao, electrolyte, some blends for hydration, and all these stumbling blocks that would just make me fearful. Now it's just like, hey, old friend, that knee pain from skateboarding for 10 years, I accept you. You're part of my life, and if we can get past this and you can go away, then that'd be great. But maybe sometimes things get worse before they get better. I'll leave it at that. That's a mouthful.
Thank you. Yeah, the one other thing that I don't think I heard you mention was after he broke his fast, he stopped drinking altogether and then put himself in the ER for dehydration. So you got to stay hydrated before, during, and after your fast. Otherwise, it can have life-threatening consequences. But he was okay. He got rehydrated, and he's been good. So.
Yeah, hundreds of dollars later, CT scans, X-rays, and MRIs, and I've fed the beast. It's tax.
Real quick, I didn't realize this is super embarrassing. Austin, I did not realize that you didn't have the products online yet. So I was under this assumption that people knew what they were getting also, and so they have no idea. So there's no products listed on here yet. And I would like to spend a couple minutes going over what's included, and to also ask everybody to hold off unless you absolutely trust what you're hearing. Wait until we update the description so you can see the full product list that's included in this. And you can also, I encourage you to research the products. Sorry, we wanted to have this stream today, and we had technical difficulties getting everything in place. So we're about 24 hours behind. So sorry. Thank you for pointing this out in the comments. So I'm going to go over this really quick. Actually,
real quick. If you look at the product list, if you go to the product list, or the package, and you hover over the tonic kit, it tells you what all is in there. Now, as to the very specific products, they're right. Everything's not listed yet.
Cool. Hey, Leland, do you want to try sharing your experience? And if not, I'll go ahead and go through this list. And yes, my partner is a female biologically and still a female.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
If you'd like, I can make some bacon for you.
I love it. Your bacon's
fasting?
Not right now. Not the next fast will be probably the 18th.
Okay. The new moon, right?
Indeed.
Better be the new moon.
It just feels like a good number. Intuition this time. So, okay. Leland, we're not hearing anything from you. Try one more time. Let's see if we can hear your voice. Nope, you're muted. There you go.
Is everything coming in okay?
About as good as I can hope.
If you guys can hear me, then I'll be happy to participate. If I'm coming in all crazy, then feel free to just kick me out because there's nothing I can do about it.
No, you're good. Yeah. So, I mean, your story is one of my favorites. It was a really great fasting story. So go ahead and share that with us.
Well, I mean, the little video that you put up initially with Austin about the group and about what you're doing is kind of what kind of what pulled me in, because I follow Austin's channel pretty religiously, and something about it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of got me. And I saw your little countdown timer, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be something I want to be a part of. And I knew there were, I'd done a little bit of research about fasting. I knew it was something that I kind of wanted to try, and it just kind of all happened at the right time. And so, that being said, I ordered the Fire and Cold blend, and I decided I was gonna join the group. And man, it's been nothing but life changing, honestly. And I think through the whole process, I've been very open about sharing my story with people and friends online, and they've been uh, very responsive and wanting to kind of do the same thing. And I did it for several reasons. One of the biggest being that I knew that I was having an issue with alcohol, and that all started kind of after the whole COVID thing came into be, and um, it just kind of took over my life. And I have a good family, and I have great kids, and um, I just started realizing that I wasn't being as aware and attentive to them as I should be, and it was something that needed to change. And I was a little bit nervous about how to break that spell. And this fasting group and making this change, man, it changed my life. Like, I don't even know what else to say. Like, my kids have noticed. They've been super supportive. My wife has noticed and has been super supportive. And just cold turkey, I just stopped drinking. I said, I'm just not going to drink. I'm not going to eat. I'm going to do this fast, and I'm going to commit to it. And I did. And the whole mentality through the fasting process was just mind blowing. Like, I thought it was going to be really difficult, and it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. And I actually felt like every day that went by, I just wanted to keep going. Like, I felt so energized. I didn't feel like running to alcohol. I didn't feel like going and eating shitty fast food that I was eating every single day. It's just, it's really hard to describe. Um, but ultimately, it was a life changing experience, and I think that a lot of people in this group um, were not only supportive, but I think they kind of understood that it's almost addicting. Like, how good you feel in such a short period of time is like, it's overwhelming. It's like, you can work out, and you can do exercises, you can go to the gym. It takes a while for you to like actually start noticing differences. But with doing this fast, the differences came so quickly, and in such a positive way, that it was just, you couldn't deny it. So it was, and seeing everybody else in the group having the same experiences, it was just it was awesome. Like, I really can't, I've shared my, like I said, I shared my experiences with other family and friends. They've come to me asking about how I did it and what I did. And now I have a bunch of my good family and friends that all want to join me and try it themselves. And I think that's great because, it's my dad especially, he's dealt with a lot of the same issues that I have my whole life with itching, just like skin irritations, drinking is one of them, and it's like it kind of opened his eyes to, he's gone through, just like I have gone to doctors, and they put you on steroids, they give you creams, they give you all of these different things that, oh, this is going to fix your problem. Well, none of them have permanently fixed my problems. And they haven't helped him, and he's my dad, he's got 20 years on me. So um to see him kind of open his eyes and want to try the same thing has been pretty awesome because it's helped me dramatically. There's no denying it. My everybody in my family that sees me every day has noticed a change. So um I don't know, it's hard to put it, it's difficult to put into words because it's been such a dramatic change for the better that, I mean, I can't thank you guys enough for doing this and, allowing myself to be able to be a part of this group and have interaction with you, Steven, and, Austin putting it all together. It's been awesome, watching Jay and Tommy and Emily and everybody in the group, like they're just crushing. And it's like such a positive experience. And I love it. I think it's great. And anybody that's complaining about the prices, you're insane. Like I've saved double the amount just in spending food every week on just crap that's poisoning me as it took in just buying a single supplement that makes me feel better, it makes me feel energized, it makes me feel good, and I don't have to run to Taco Bell and stuff myself with crap. You know, it's just been such a dramatic change. I can't thank this group enough. I really can't.
Praise God. Amen.
Amen.
Awesome testimony, brother. It's very cool, very
I
inspiring.
appreciate it, Austin.
Yeah, of course, man. Appreciate
Yeah,
you
and you
sharing
know
that.
what else I keep telling people, it's like you cut all this food out of your life and you go a single week without eating, and um as soon as you go to eat food, even if you know that you're breaking your fast with something healthy that's good for you, you instantly notice how much of a drain it is on your body to process that food. Like it's crazy that I would think that uh, I had to stuff myself at lunchtime at, like, 11 o'clock or noon to get through the rest of the day, and it would just weigh you down. Like there was no benefit other than feeling like you're full. And then you go and fast and you eat something, and not only do you instantly recognize if that something is helping you, because if it's something that your body doesn't like, I've been questioning things like milk and dairy and all these kinds of things. You notice instantly if it's something that benefits you or if it's something that drags your body down. And uh, it makes it very easy to start to eliminate those kinds of things. Like I haven't eaten fast food since the middle of November when we started this fast. Um, I slowly started working in different kinds of foods that I kind of had in question, cheese and milk and dairies. I'm very fortunate enough to at least have a wife that, we can and preserve all our own foods. She makes sourdough, so the last thing I wanted to do was get rid of bread. And I've noticed that like eating good sourdough is like it hasn't affected me the same as like eating Burger King buns or white bread. It's just the little things that you start to notice that uh are not good. And you can tell they're not good because your body just reacts almost instantly once you've fasted and kind of eliminated it.
To that point, Jason, will you mute yourself, please? Thank you. To that point, fair warning. Okay. Bread isn't bread.
Am I still coming through? Okay.
You're good. I just wanted to build on what you're saying. So like there's white bread, there's the whole grain bread, there's organic bread, then there's like your sourdough bread. And so when you're looking at things, you have to understand there's different qualities. There are different qualities of everything. So
Oh, I think I lost my connection.
all right, let's mute him, Leland. Also, he's not going to hear anything for a little bit. We could probably just no offense, we could probably. Do you have anything else you want to add, Leland? And then we'll drop you, and you can watch without having to have all these different things going on at once.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to interject, Steve. I need Leland to know it's okay to have Wendy's on Wednesdays because it's Wednesdays. But don't bump.
Terrible advice, man. Terrible advice.
Yeah, we're still working on Jason, but he's here to help us feel good about ourselves.
Let me just say I'm a member of Beartaria, so we'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's good.
All right, Leland, are you complete? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. So great advice is, yeah, like a man named Forrest for the trees. He's like, look, just copy our list and go buy the ingredients. Yeah, I'd highly recommend everybody to fact check everything I'm talking about here.
What's that?
Okay,
Yes.
You're way behind, brother. I gotta remove you, but I love you, bro.
Yep, peace.
Much love, Leland. Awesome testimony, brother. You'll hear that eventually.
So, yeah, great advice. Get the ingredients. Now, what are you going to be looking for? So, I highly recommend y'all get a great reishi. Shizandu, in my opinion, is the best available. But you're looking for an 8-1 dual extract, completely organic, no filler, no other stuff, only one ingredient. When you're looking for these things, look for one ingredient if possible. This is a one ingredient thing. There's no wheat or other filler in there, which most of these things have. MSM, it's a salt crystal, it's sulfur. You want this pure. Don't get it in capsule form. Don't get it with any fillers in there, nothing, no anti-caking agents, none of that kind of stuff. If it's real, it'll clump together and get hard every once in a while because there's nothing in there preventing that from happening. Chaga, 8-1 mushroom extract, organic, no other ingredients, same thing. I'm the only one here.
I made you solo so they can see the product.
Okay. Organic activated charcoal. There are a couple good brands out there. Most of them are not organic or activated. They might just be charcoal. If it comes from China, you don't want it. This is one of the gifts we're giving for men to give their ladies, or for men who want to improve their own skin. This is a more wildcrafted, more mud mask. Again, no extra crap in there. You have to stir this yourself because it doesn't have all the stuff in there that makes it smooth that you would get when you go to a store. Those are toxic chemicals. They're bad for you. Omega-3 DHA derived from algae. Omega-3s come from algae. Fish consume a lot of plants and algae, which is why this smells like fish, but it's actually algae. So there's no heavy metals in it. Curcumin, organic. 98%. It's actually higher than that, but we rate it as low as the lowest ever tested. Very high concentration. This is a derivative of turmeric. Only one ingredient. Bentonite clay. You need to research this stuff. This stuff is magic I can't tell you about. Raw shilajit and fulvic minerals. Again, if it comes, look at the ingredient list. If there's additives in there, you don't want this stuff. Stuff that helps you detox, stuff that's full of minerals and nutrients. If it has any additives, it's reducing the benefit you're getting. So you're saving money, but you're getting less benefit from it. So you're actually spending more on inferior products because you're not getting the full benefit when you get an inferior product. It's like that bread test I was talking about. That's why I made the analogy with bread. Like bread is bread is bread. That's not true. Some breads will make you feel good and healthy. Other breads are full of stuff that's going to make you sick. Research the heck out of what you're consuming. This is a really tough journey. So if you want the shortcut to great health really easily, work with us, get these things. If you want to do all the work yourself, you're going to spend a lot of time on it and a lot of money making wrong decisions. And that's okay. Some people have to learn that way. But those who have a little extra money and not a lot of time and want to just go with what's working for other people, this is what we're recommending. And my partner, the female one, was a health coach among many other things. And the thing is that people would ask her, what can I take for this? What can I take for this? What can I take for this? And she couldn't honestly recommend anything. So she created this company so that she could give honest recommendations. Because if you do the research, and you can request, you can go on her site, request the papers on this, the analysis on these things, you'll understand why this is the best. And when you understand that, you're going to become really excited by it. That's why I'm encouraging you to do this. Learn why. Why should you take reishi? Why should you take chaga? What's the history behind these mushrooms? Learn this. You're a truther. You guys are great at researching. Learn this stuff. Have fun with it. It's cool. Additionally, we create very pure, very natural soaps. You can, of course, make your own soaps. You can make your own extracts. You can make your own everything. Do that. That'll be better. Grow your mushrooms. Grow your food. Dig your own clay. Make your own activated charcoal. That way you know what you're getting. That's the ideal. I've tried doing a lot of that myself. It's a lot of work, a lot of time. I'm very much into regeneration, regenerative agriculture. I love restoring land. I love doing everything else. I love homesteading. I've done all of this. I want to have a community of people working together to do this kind of stuff also. I've got a head start on some of you. You don't have to start from the very beginning. It's a lot of work. But if you want to do it, I support you. If you have questions, ask. I'm happy to answer some questions.
Yeah, that's one of the main things being asked basically, right? Is couldn't you just go get the ingredients yourself? And yeah, you can, but I think he just did a pretty thorough job explaining like not just anything you get is the same quality, right? I mean, this is the thing, bro. This is just like organic, right? It's like a bunch of people found out that a lot of this stuff was bad for us. They wanted to start eating organic, and then the organic market got completely saturated and people just started slapping down everything. The standards went down. Everyone started selling those products, claiming that it was good for you. The health market has gotten super saturated and they've cut as many corners as possible. And then the small companies end up getting purchased out by the big companies, just like some of the fluoride-free toothpaste are now purchased by like Colgate, right? And then the products go down in value. And then the standards go down, so they just cut as many corners as they can. Like we told you about how 25% of the ingredients doesn't have to be accurate, and they can put whatever in the salt in the water, etc. So it's important to actually get the good stuff. These big companies will let you think that you're being healthy while giving you poison. They don't care about that, right? And so that's what we're actually encouraging you do research, figure out like how good are these products. Go research them, go research the quality control, and then you compare. Then go to the site, go to the straight to the source and see what the prices are, right? And you will see that you're actually getting a deal, like you're getting hooked up on it. So that's to kind of address that whole thing. Some people are like, oh, they're going to Amazon and they're just finding the cheapest thing with that in the title. And they're like, ha, ha, ha. It's like, okay, bro. I would encourage you not to do that, but whatever. So
it might be a step forward for some people. It might be a step backwards. I mean, like, do what you want, do how you want. Like that's how I am with so many things. Like, I get it. I respect that. I'm a DIYer. I tried making a lot of this stuff, and it's a trip.
Oh, I see. We got M Dog here. No cam. You mean add her? Oh,
I'll mute you for a second, but I know Tommy wants to ask. You guys go on about She Legit, but I mean, why are you hating on He Legit?
Thank you for coming, Jason. We're gonna let you go.
Okay, and then you want to go ahead and add M?
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, sorry, I'm just driving right now, so that's why my camera situation is a little suspect.
No worries. Thanks for jumping on.
Let's adjust her volume a little bit.
She's a little high.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
So,
you. I'm gonna turn
quick
it down.
background on Emily. She already is she actually is really good at telling her story, but she came in as an experienced faster and has a great story, great testimonial to share about that. And then also, I just want to give a big shout out to her for how supportive she was in our group. She answered lots of questions. She was there all the time. Really, really, really great inspiration and team player. So thank you again for being a part of this, Emily. It was really enjoyable having you.
Oh, it's been great. Be somewhere where I can stop in maybe like 10 minutes if you want, and I could, tell my story better then if that would be better.
That might be better. You're breaking up a little bit anyway, so you'll probably have better reception. So let's plan on that.
Okay.
Hey, see you in a sec. No worries. I'm gonna just pop you down off the stage so you're not stressing. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, bro. Like, I think that I will say, man, like, I think that fasting is such a life-changing thing. That like I think people would know, bro. For me to talk about it so much, like I must like actually believe it. But maybe people don't, maybe people think I just like go around telling everyone the Earth's not a globe just because it's fun. Obviously, I'm not gonna say something for any reason other than I believe it. But dude, that's the first time I've heard Leland's testimony, and that was clearly so like genuine. It was so like authentic, and that was so inspiring to hear that, man. And he like laid it out so perfect, bro. It's like, and then you eat some food and you're like, even if it's healthy, you're like, oh, like you feel like you're just getting heavy. You're like, oh man, I'm like shackling my body right now.
Yeah, we're not meant to eat so much. But there's a few other questions that come up a lot, and I've seen them in the comments. I want to address them on fasting. Is again, men and women fast differently. Also, people think your metabolism slows down. If you do it right, which means you're being very active, your metabolism will actually speed up. Your hormones reset, everything resets. You can do a 3-day fast to reset your gut. You can do a longer fast to really get into autophagy to heal a lot of things that need to be healed. Changing what you eat and how you nourish yourself and what medicines you have, very important too. Like again, Shotgun and reishi, these are adaptogens. These are things that you take every day as preventative and when you're sick. They don't have immediate benefit. They are noticeable, but the longer you take them, the more benefit you get. And you can tell with brain scans and that kind of stuff, you can see that it continues to have a positive benefit through your life. With things like diet, I'm an advocate for cycling. I think that food is so deficient in nourishment that people get a lot of benefit when they switch a diet and they think this is a new one. And it's because they were deficient in so many areas they're now getting made up for. But then the new diet will eventually leave them deficient in a different area. This is why people diet hop all the time. And I actually recommend that in a sense. It's like, hey, try one for 3 months, then go to the next one, then the next one, the next one. This also allows you to be what's called, oh shoot, what is it? This is past my bedtime, everybody. So don't expect me to be operating at 100%. Basically, though, it allows you to be really resilient and flexible with different foods. So shocking your body every once in a while, going on a fast is good. It's called metabolically flexible. That was the word I was looking for. Metabolically flexible. If you get to the point where you're intermittent fasting, where you're eating in a smaller window, every once in a while, break that. If you are always vegan, every once in a while, have some meat. Because that way your body remembers how to process it and it knows that, hey, this isn't the only thing that's available in my environment. There's other things out there. It will have you being overall healthier. Like, haven't had a cold shower in a while? Have one. You'll get some immediate benefits. We are so used to comfort that we become weak. We need to have change. We need to do different things. We need to have these healthy stresses. And stress is good for us. We grow 3 times the stress. Prolonged stress is detrimental to our health. So creating these stresses will allow us to get stronger. Living in constant stress will have us get weaker and sick.
I want to point out also, like, a good thing is like, so the idea also is like a lot of people still drink coffee in the truther community. And like, I get it, man, because like coffee is good and it's addictive. And it's really like the process of drinking the coffee is addictive. It's like the hot drink, the process of it. So you like replacing it with something that's like actually good for you and not acidic and toxic is pretty good idea. Surely a lot of people aren't like buying really bad drinks and stuff, but I'm sure that there are some. So yeah, because people are kind of asking about it. Yeah, like it has different ingredients in it. It's like this little, it's designed to be like this little miracle drink that's a replacement for the bad stuff, even a bad meal. So it's like a replacement method where, yeah, the idea is that you can train your body to start to weed out the poison and start consuming things that are healthy and limit how much you consume in general.
And I think tomorrow, Austin, are you open to us doing an unpacking video? I just sent you a new shipment of everything. We'll go through what comes at level 2, how to make those into a tonic. Then we'll go through level 3 stuff, and we'll go into detail about every single thing here, so that if you guys want to do this for free, you can do that yourself. You have everything you need to follow along from home. You'll, of course, miss out on all the other group stuff we have going on, but you can do that. And that way also everybody knows with confidence exactly what they're getting, exactly how to use it. And that way that they have the information up front so that they can, so that they don't buy something like, well, I don't know how to use this. Like, because yeah, you're right, you don't. So let's make sure that they have the walkthrough video for how to make a tonic, what a tonic is, and then go through each of the ingredients also. So that way they really can understand the value of what is in these things. And again, like these are great opportunities for people to notice other areas. And we're looking for collaborators in the future. If there's something like we're blindly missing, for example, and you see that, oh, there's actually not a clean version that's available. For example, we need a good vitamin D, and finding good vitamin D is really hard. that has everything right. So we looked into making it. It's crazy expensive. It would be like $40 a bottle or something. It's like not worth it. So we're not even offering that. But if you can figure out a way to make it cheap, that's effective and healthy for people, then we'll happily provide and promote that product. But right now, there's not a good vitamin D on the market, as far as I can tell.
And vitamin D is a freaking rabbit hole, man. Vitamin D is
Great.
a rabbit
If
hole.
you're in the summit, it's winter where we are. Like, I'm pretty pale right now because I'm not getting the sun is not working for me where I am.
Yeah, and when you look into like the science of it, so it's really pretty nuanced and complex, and what they did to attack it, and then there's misinformation around it, and it's pretty crazy. It's like obviously very important for you. And there's like little things. Have you ever heard that like say you're in the sun for a little bit, if you like immediately take a shower, that you really like drastically decrease the amount of vitamin D you get? Isn't that wild? It's like it's this pretty crazy like process. But yeah, my researchers said the same. Like trying to find like top level like good vitamin D is really difficult.
Yeah, and again too, like especially with the fasting stuff here, this isn't just the product. We're not just trying to sell you guys products. We're not trying to sell you anything. We're informing you so you guys can figure out what you want to do. But it's if you want to be a part of a community, help create things, benefit, get all the other benefits that come from not just buying and consuming something, but actually doing the personal development, being a part of these different groups, that kind of stuff. And also, if you can find these groups in your local area, join them there. Join a good men's group. Join a good women's group. Or create one. Try creating one. And then insist on giving it away for free. And see how long you last by giving away one of those groups for free.
Yeah, and like people are obviously pushing it back against the coffee, right? You know how it goes. But like just so you know the idea, okay, like someone said coffee's directly tied to living longer. Like, okay, bro, chill out. But anyway, the idea is like it's a warm drink, it tastes good, probably better. Instead of having to add all kinds of crazy stuff to it to make it taste good. And it also gives you energy. So like I'm saying like what would really be if it is an adequate replacement, if it gives you energy, if it tastes good, maybe even better, and it's like the same process of drinking your drink, right? Like your little process of a warm, good tasting drink or whatever, then it sounds like a good replacement to me. Like it'd be worth trying, you would think. So yeah, and I don't have like experiences with it, but like from my understanding, it gives you energy. Is that correct? Like you get energized when you drink the tonics.
Well, of course. I mean, it's a meal replacement. It's a very healthy meal.
Right.
And you can,
to address the
mix it with a coffee. Like if you have a coffee, that's great. The issue is it's like pure, healthy, clean coffee is good. Yeah, that can be good for you. But I'm willing to bet the majority of people are eating something that's laden with pesticides. So are those pesticides good for you? I'd say no, they're probably not good for you. That's why we make a statement.
And do ground coffee, man. Ground coffee supposedly has something like a crazy percentage of cockroaches in it because cockroaches are known of going to the coffee beans, and when they ground them up, they're like allowed a certain amount inside the ground coffee beans. How insane is that? Literally, you're allowed a certain amount of like ground up cockroaches. And so like you're drinking like the generic ground up coffee, like, bro, not a good idea, probably. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I don't know. I kind of want to address this one. This one's funny to me. So Dragon's blends. Like until I was in the truther, like nobody had ever commented on Dragon. For me, dragons were always cool creatures. It was about protection and like big heart and kind of like this misunderstood creature that like everybody hated on. And like looking here, like, oh, misunderstood creature, people trying to hate on it. Also, I do know that, yeah, in the Bible, it mentions that too. But that wasn't where that came from. And people are pretty happy with it. It wasn't until I introduced it here that people had an issue with that. And I get it. And that's cool. And don't support that if you don't want to. No problem. I get it.
Yeah, but the Bible also like seems to imply that there were a lot of dragons and that they were good.
Yeah.
And like even one of the main good characters, specifically benevolent and created for the purpose of the creator, is described as basically a dragon. So it's not that the dragon's bad. If you actually even knew the story, then it was like if Satan is a dragon, which seems to be more of a seraphim, really, but referred to in English as dragon, he bucked the system. So like even within the paradigm, which you guys know I believe in the scriptures, it's like you're just not correct. You're being super weird and overly religious, and like it's really lame. I hate to say it, but it is. You need to chill out. Like just a piece of advice, take it or leave it, but like just kind of calm down, man. Like if dragons are created by the creator, how cool is that? How's that not incredibly cool? Which, by the way, I think for sure dragons used to exist. And if you look into like the Chinese cultures and different cult, like Mercator, who gave us the map that has the North Pole he took out of, but they still teach everyone the map. He talked about dragons. He talked about going on a trip and seeing actual real dragons. So that's like a stream I want to do, actually. So yeah, I did see that a few times. It's funny that you addressed it. So there you go. There's like the full take on. Ironically, even from the scriptural perspective, it's like not correct to just freak out about the word dragon. So anyway,
in Stellarium 7, he had his channel. He talks about like the Titans and stuff like that. Like if you look at it that way and you believe that the realm is even larger than we think it is, like the remains of dragons are around and they're massive. They're so big that you couldn't fathom how they would fit on the globe, because they would be too big to even conceive that, because they would take up so much space. But if there's more space or something else, we could be seeing their massive corpses on the ground right now. So it's a possibility. I have not done nearly enough research into that one, but fun food for thought.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting, because there definitely seems to be way bigger stuff back in the day. But yeah, that's a whole thing. I just want to point out one more thing, right? So there's to point out the stupid, like how wrong the logic is, right? So it's like the seraphim, it's a type of angel, right? And there was certain angels rebelled. This actually goes far outside the Bible. All kinds of cultures said that these entities came from the sky, taught a bunch of secrets, but they really ended up kind of tricking man and all this stuff. It's pretty crazy that they ended up making giants and stuff. So truth may be way stranger than fiction, but anyway, one of the creatures described in the scripture that does that is a seraphim, and it's like dragon-like. Just like there are like hybrids described of like lion heads and all kinds of like creatures that would scare you probably, right? If you saw them, at least from what we understand, like crazy, intense, powerful creatures. Lions aren't bad just because, one of the angels looked like that. If the angels come down and rebel and they're one of a large group of them that look like that, that doesn't make anything the creator made is not bad. So like just the whole line of reasoning is ridiculous. Because I actually saw this the first time that I even got involved with Dragon's Blends at all, of course, like people were saying it. And so I actually like thought about it. And I'm like, no, it doesn't stand to reason, bro. Believe it or not, the electrolyte blend talking about a creature that's actually very cool that was kind of hidden is not the devil. So chill out. Okay. That's all I got for it. It's like it's overdue, honestly.
Cool. Well, glad we got that one out.
Yeah.
Is Emily back yet?
She is, yeah. Oh.
Hey.
Sweet. Hi, Emily.
Hey, I stopped by my neighbor's house. I'm watching her dogs while she's gone. So this is her Christmas tree, but I'm just using the lighting here. So
Nice.
Cool. So do you want to maybe first share your experience with our group and then share your experience prior, because you are quite experienced with fasting. I know you have a lot of great wisdom to share with this group here.
yeah, so for the fasting with this group, I just wanted to do 72 hours just to get to the autophagy and just to do a little bit of a detox. I came upon the idea of doing the group fasting after watching you on Witsit stream. And then I saw you again with Jeranism, and I had been wanting to do another detox anyway, and so it's just perfect timing. And so I decided I'd hop on and do 72 hours, and I just kept putting off breaking the fast in the evenings, and then so I wound up going 112 hours. So that was, really, really good for me. I don't normally go that long without eating anything. So.
And you were another one too who had your blends arrive late. And so you
Yeah,
gotta
I didn't get them until after the fast was long over, unfortunately. I have had them. I've been drinking them now though. So I'll have them for next time.
excellent, cool. Well, yeah, probably about 2 weeks, a little more. We'll do the next community fast.
Okay. My birthday's on the 16th. So,
I'm thinking the 18th. So we
Oh,
can do
nice.
that.
2 days before.
perfect.
Eat it up.
Now, Emily, she even has a video I recommend. I don't know actually if that's private or public, but I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, this is great. And I shared that with my partner too, because she just loves dogs. So she was all over that.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you
Yeah,
want
no,
to?
it's public, so I used to use it like, as when I would give talks and stuff, and when I was coaching in dog agility, I would use it for, just sort of inspiration for people.
So yeah, I mean, tell you used to be like 2 Emilys.
Yeah. Yeah, and well, in 2018 is sort of when I started my fasting journey sort of on accident, because I saw so many of my friends were like trying keto, and I was like, well, I can do anything for a month. What can it hurt? I was up to weighing like like over 240 pounds again, and I mean I'm 5'3", so like that's not a great weight to be. And so I just decided I'd just do keto for a month, and I just decided to stay that way for a couple of months. I stayed pretty strict keto for like 6 months, but mostly what I did with that was intermittent fasting, and then I stuck with the intermittent fasting ever since 2018. I mean, I'll break it every now and then. Like I heard you talking about that a little bit ago, Stephen, like sort of like breaking up your eating cycles, and I'll do that every now and then. Like, and I find then going back into intermittent fasting, I feel better, every time, but it's always easy to get back into it. But yeah, I was able to lose like about 60, 70 pounds just with like the intermittent fasting and eating cleaner. And I wound up going sugar-free, gluten-free, everything free. And I just basically took everything out, one at a time. And then when I just learned how, like, if I eat a little bit of this, it makes me feel this way. And it's so off-putting now to even think about eating gluten, because I just have such a intense reaction to it. And I know it's not the gluten, but I mean, and sugar is the same way. I can have a little bit, and I'll have, like if we have like a big bonfire, I might have a couple of like homemade marshmallows, or something like that, but I don't make a habit of it. And sugar mostly just tastes gross to me now. But I was able to lose the last of my weight just dropped off when I just detoxed my house, my environment. It was such a big thing just going to where, like, if I can't drink it, I'm not going to clean my house with it. So
Yeah, I love that story too. Basically, I love the part you shared about your husband and what happened when you cleaned up the house.
yeah, he's always been, thin and fit and without even trying. And when I lost so much weight all of a sudden. It was like over about a month I lost like 20 pounds, and he was losing weight too. And we were both getting a little bit concerned, like, what's happening? We're both sort of wasting away. Like people were commenting on like how thin he was getting, and me too.
Yeah. So
And I was like, the only thing I changed was our cleaning stuff in our house. And it wasn't like I was using terrible stuff before. I was just using, like Mrs. Myers and stuff like that. But I would also, I would use bleach or something every now and then with the dogs and stuff. But I'd use, I'll use rubbing alcohol. I'll use, vinegar, orange oils, anything natural. But that made such a big difference. And I think it makes a big difference for the animals too, because the animals are walking around on the floor. They're the ones that are like sleeping on all the blankets and just absorbing all that stuff through their fur. And that was a big thing too, getting rid of all the toxic chemicals in the laundry laundry detergents and stuff. That was one of the last things I sort of did that I think made a big difference for us.
Yeah, I had briefly mentioned when I went through the products, soaps, but we actually have really clean soaps, and people don't realize that their soaps are even toxic. Like the things you use to clean, all that kind of stuff, it's got to go. It's bad for you. Your skin absorbs. If you wouldn't eat it, don't put it on your body anywhere, because
For sure.
it's one thing. It absorbs both ways, so you might as well eat it. If you're not going to eat it, get it out of your house.
Right. Is Tommy in a jungle?
I know, right?
He's like the jungle king over there tonight. I love it.
Yeah, I wish it was mine, but
Pretty sweet.
but yeah, that video you made was very inspirational. It was crazy to see your transformation. And then did you
Thanks.
also say that it like cured your eyesight?
Yeah, well, I did that over the last like 2 years. So I rub castor oil on my eyes and I stare at the sun. And I know that there's like whole groups of people that, are very regimented about it. And there's whole, like systems that people do. And you stare at this amount of time, you do this sort of thing. And I just basically just did it when I felt like it. And rub castor oil on my eyes and stare at the sun. And between that and the detoxing, fasting, and I think just getting rid of all the junk that's like clouding, everything in there, breaking up whatever's, I don't know, calcified or, deposited in there over time. I think, the fasting really helps with that. Just, getting to where your cells are breaking up all the bad stuff in there.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I wore glasses for 30 years and I forgot until I rewatched that video and I was like, oh, that's right. I wore glasses and it was always so annoying to wear them when I was running because I've always been like a runner. I used to run like long distances and stuff. And I used to hate wearing glasses and I never wear them now.
It's also like a good DHA will help with your eyesight and your brain health too. And most people are deficient in this. You can store it for a long time in your body. So once you have enough, you can go periods of time without it. But when you start getting deficient in it, your eyesight will go, your memory will go. So something to note, get a good clean DHA and you can restore even your eyesight. We're told like when we turn 40, it goes bad. That's not true. We're in our 40s and that's not true.
I basically like quit wearing glasses when I turned 40.
Yeah. Yeah. And like JT on earlier, I mean, he's in his mid 40s also. A runner is in their prime mid 30s, and yet he's acting, his body's behaving like he's in his early 30s or 20s even, I should say. So yeah, we're taught, we're normalizing bad health. I mean, society is normalizing bad health and degeneration, and that's not, there's an aspect of truth to it, but it's highly exaggerated and the timeline is way accelerated. We're being put on like a 75-year timeline instead of a 120-year timeline. So if you expand that out, most people should be doing much better than they are. And you can heal this stuff to get back to that point. That's what's really exciting. And I just in this group today, like with people who are at different stages, but we're all improving together and it's really cool. We're learning from each other. And that's one of the things that's cool about being in this group is that we're helping each other. So yeah, you can do this all on your own. Try it. It's lonely. It's a lot of work and a lot of time. And you can do this with friends. Build a community. Do it with people you really care about and like, or do it with us.
I've always fasted alone and it was definitely more enjoyable to do it as a group and have other people, just to give you motivation along the way and hold you accountable if that's your thing. I mean,
We are at like 3 hours. I don't know if anybody else wants to add anything, share anything else. This has been very enjoyable. I'm really happy to have been able to have you all on and highlight you guys, and I'm looking forward. Many of us are going to be on this journey for the next year together, and it's going to be really cool to see what else we can do. And so this is why, starting day one, New Year's day one on the calendar, going through that template I created for you all, writing down where you are. You're taking a screenshot of your life, how you're feeling right now. This is creating objective data, so that whatever you try changing in your life, you can look back and see, did it improve my life or did it make it worse? And learn from that. And if you realize you need support, we are some people who can support you. There's other people out there who can support you also. If you want to learn any of the skills and things I've acquired, I'm happy to let you know, and you can buy them yourself. And they're very expensive, but they're available to you to do it yourself and to buy and learn from somebody else. So yeah, this is fun, and I think we're gonna get the right people who want to go to the next level with us. I'm really grateful for our community already. We got some excellent people here, and
Yeah, it's gonna be dope, man. I'm excited. And shout out to the people that came and opened up and told us their experience. Very cool, very inspiring. And hopefully some people at home are encouraged by hearing their stories, man, because I've never heard someone say, oh, I persevered and fasted and it was awful and I didn't, it ruined my life. Like, that doesn't happen. So yeah, and we're trying to put together something. If you guys look into it, we'll have more information I'll put there here soon on the site. That's kind of my bad, but the different aspects. What he's saying is you can go to that form and you can kind of know where you started. People will take before and after pictures. It's basically that. Go kind of figure out like, okay, here's where I am in terms of friends and family and emotion and how I feel about this. Here I am in terms of money and finances. And here I am in terms of health. Here I am in terms of like, how many push-ups can I do, etc. Start there. Like, honestly, look at yourself, assess where you're at, know where your beginning is, give yourself a goal, right? And then, actually hold yourself accountable. And a community is an amazing way to hold yourself accountable. And I will assure you right now, we're going to do that. So just know that before you come, like, that's what I'm going to be doing when I'm talking to you guys. I'm going to be holding you accountable, and I want you to hold me accountable. So it's not one of those things where you guys just come in slacking. But anyway, yeah, I think it's going to be a good thing. Hopefully you guys are motivated. Well, cool.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Austin. And yeah, we know we got a few more things to get up there for you all. Hopefully by the time people hear this later, we'll have everything clean and you'll be confused. Like, what are you talking about? It's so obvious. Everything's laid out very clearly here. That's where we wanted to be, but we didn't there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And so
we stamped it in the ether on the first day of 2024.
Yeah.
So now you guys know. You guys are the first to know. Well, cool. All right, man. See, you got anything else you want to cover, or you guys have anything you guys want to say before you drop off?
There were a couple comments.
Oh, I still got to read super chats.
Yeah, let's go through those. Apologies.
Okay, I'll read them real fast. Matthew, thank you for gifting the one membership before the stream even started. Much love. Chad Coman, $10 super chat. Happy New Year, Austin. I was curious if you've researched the reincarnation soul trap theory. I've been reading Exit the Cave by Howdy M. Very fascinating topic if true. I've never heard of that book. I've heard of the idea. It is very interesting. I don't currently subscribe to it, but I do find interesting. I find many ideas interesting, as if, did we choose to come here and did we basically get memory wiped, and did we know it was a risk, but we came anyway to experience human emotion and limitation? And there are many things that I find to be very interesting, but I'll try to remember to check that out. I have a lot of books on my reading list, but yeah, I find it interesting. I'm open to all things. 710 Extracts, thank you for the $10 super chat. You are both absolute legends. I have so much love for you both, and I'm grateful to be part of such a great community. Cheers to the new year. Much love and blessings to you and your families. And I believe that's actually Leland.
Yeah, that's Leland.
Nice. Yeah, shout out to you, bro. You gave an awesome and a very inspirational testimony, man. So thank you for jumping on, and thank you for the kind words. And we are happy that you are part of the community, brother. NorCal Cracks, $100. Very generous super chat, brother. Thank you so much. Witsit, I align with you on most of what I see and hear from you. Big food is poison. Big ag is poison. The church has deceived me for years. Question, how do I quit vaping to pull myself into alignment? I know it's the main hypocrisy in my life. How about you? I did used to vape and I quit. I've slipped up a couple times since I quit, but honestly, the way I quit was just like I had a baby and knew I needed to quit. You know, like so I had like this like thing that happened that made me really cut it out. But I think that fasting is incredible for addictions. I mean, that's what it is.
Everybody who had an addiction, they didn't plan on quitting some of these things. But just like Tommy, even like he's like, yeah, I didn't plan on quitting smoking. But second week, I'm like, you know what? I don't desire this anymore. And fasting doesn't have to be about, again, just cutting out food. It could be about that. So you could be have an accountability group to do that. But doing it while you're fasting is the easiest way. That's how I quit caffeine, was through a fast. It was not intentional. I was happy having coffee the rest of my life. And then I realized I didn't need it and I felt better without it. So
Boom.
I don't have to pay for it, but you'll realize on your own when you're ready to give it up if you want to.
Yeah, it's like that one fatal swoop type of thing, right? Is it fell swoop? Where you just you are not consuming really anything other than water and the blends, for example, or electrolytes. You're automatically going to get past that mark where you're breaking habits and breaking addictions. So as cliche as you may think it is, after this stream, I think the actual best answer is to fast. I actually think that is the best answer. Cool. JD, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Miswit level 1. People will complain about y'all selling a product, but then watch the Super Bowl for the commercials. Yeah, that's pretty funny, man. Good point. Thank you for being a Miswit so long. Adam E, member for 15 months. Thank you so much, brother. Support, glad to see change happening. So the truth was revealed to us because we aligned to it. Because of the work we did. Its path continues on if we do. Yeah, I agree with that. That was pretty well stated, man. Yeah, and it's not for everyone. And yeah, I mean, you kind of attract what you put out. And if you have a certain mindset, then you're going to trap yourself there. So I do see that plaguing the truther community a bit. So hopefully more people kind of align with what's important. Lowry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Dell is a whiner. Who? So thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all the support. Much love. Greatly appreciated as always. All right, cool. No specific questions. Just a lot of support. I think we've covered most of the questions I've seen. Basically, someone was shocked to hear some of the benefits of fasting. And I said, bro, honestly, I've never heard of like an ailment that fasting, like, there isn't some story that fasting helped it. Like it's hard to think of one. You'd be hard pressed to find one personally. Cause like, it's like, what is fasting going to hurt? You know?
Yeah. So like fasting it's your go-to when you get sick, but if you're nourished, you probably won't get sick. That's what JT's story was. I don't know if like how clear he was with that, but when he said his entire family got sick, and since he's been following the protocol that I gave him, he didn't get sick. Like he's the only one because he's the only one on it, doing everything else the same as his family. While before he would. And so nourishment helps you be really resilient. And if you still are in that phase where you're getting brought down by something, fasting is great. I think of it as not bugs either, but rather us purging something. And when you have the right stuff, by the way, the blends has like activated charcoal and other things to help detox, to help assist with detox. It's not just salts. It helps assist your body naturally to detox, which is why fasting is easier. You're not experiencing Herxheimer's. If you are sick, your body's trying to get rid of a lot of stuff. This assists with getting rid of that. So you feel good. I did an experiment. I didn't fast the last time I was feeling sick. And what did I do instead? It was just like nutrition. It was like this, like I knew my body was purging, but I had so much assisting with detox. I didn't feel anything. I could just feel my body getting rid of it, but it was getting rid of it so easily and so cleanly that I didn't have side effects. So it's cool. You gain, and by the way, when you do this kind of thing, you gain so much body awareness. It's the advantage of like an elimination diet, like Emily was talking about, is you now put something in you shouldn't, and you instantly know that's what it was and it was wrong. And go ahead and comment what you want to say, Emily.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I think it's like just it's so hard to explain to someone who hasn't experienced it, like just how empowering it is to just understand, like have such like a direct line with your body where like if you put this in, like what it's gonna feel like, and so many people are just so immune to everything and they just go around, eating whatever just sounds good or whatever, not understanding that they don't have a craving for the nutrition because they're not getting nutrition from that. They're just addicted to whatever chemicals are in the, food stuff or whatever. And just learning to listen to your body and your body is really going to tell you like, that's poison. I don't want it. It just makes it super easy. Like I couldn't even tell you how many years it's been since I've had fast food at all because it's just gross to me. Like I don't see food on the sign. I just see like poison. And I'm just not even attracted to it. So it's not a decision. Like people still offer it to me sometimes and I'm just like, oh, you're serious? No. For sure that's not food. No. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, same experience. I like smell fast food now, and I'm like, oh, bro, it's disgusting.
For sure. But like, I shared that woman video about, women fasting that you shared, Stephen, with the group. I shared it with like a group of like 90 women. I'm sorry, my friend's dogs. And like basically none of them are interested in it. They just all, oh, okay, well that's nice for you. And it's like, no, it could be nice. You guys all have problems, it could help so many of you with so many things. Like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to help you. It's so frustrating.
This is what we will always experience, is that there's layers of readiness. There's layers, like it's like climbing the truth ladder. Like if you get too far ahead of somebody, they're just gonna have all this resistance to it. And so learning how to see where somebody's at and seeing clearly what their next step is and pretending like you're right there. And it's a small step for them because you're like an obese person, like, hey, you want to look like a model? Like, what? I'll never look like that's a model. Waste my time. But they don't understand that it can happen. And trying to save people time. Like some people don't want that. They don't want to be helped in any way. They like to do everything the really hard way. And when we see it that way, that's fine. That's how you want to be. Like, and some people just like to be argumentative. They want to argue with every single person possible. So if you know that's that person, then, or maybe they need to be asked. Be like, hey, what do I do? Like you see them like, okay, they got arthritis. Like, hey, what would you recommend I do for arthritis? Like I've got these like joint pain, and they probably know the answer. That's the one thing I know in my work is everybody knows the answers, but my job is to help them integrate that answer into their being so that they implement that answer in their life. It's not to give them the answer. It's to help them integrate that answer into their life. So I know that everybody who watched and listened to this, they didn't learn anything. They already knew all of this. And the advantage, again, of the next step is integrating that into your life as a way of being and take advantage of all the knowledge you have. Take advantage of the knowledge you have. Start living the way you know you want to live and do whatever you need to do to start living that way. There's a lot of ways you can be successful in this world. A lot of ways you can be successful. Pick the one that's right for you.
Boom. Run Boston Bear, my boy dropped a Misquit level 5 for 13 months. What a legend. He said, I'm excited to be a part of this. I know as many folks on the plane wake up, they will need guidance to true health. Let's go 2024. Yeah, let's go. And thank you for jumping on, brother. And for being a Misfit for 13 months, level 5, bro. What a legend. Cool. Yeah, I agree. I think 2024 is gonna be crazy in many ways. Many ways. And we got the election, quote unquote, this year. We got the WEF meeting later this month. We got the Bitcoin halvening this year. We got Flat Earth clearly about to pop off. Like very clearly, very big podcasts are about to start talking about it because it's going to become cool. It's going to honestly be cringe to watch in a way. Like, oh, now you're talking about it. And then they're going to, and then they're going to talk about it like they're on the cutting edge, but like they're like 7 years behind. But it's still a net positive. So, yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting year. Personally, I think it's going to be a very, very interesting year.
So
I will say
opinion.
my husband is still like, I'm still trying to get him on the flat earth train, right? And working really hard. He actually has like, he's an ER nurse, and so he has other nurses who come up to him now and like talk to him about flat earth stuff. And he's been like suggesting your your YouTube
Nice.
channel for people. Now I'm like, oh, are you now? Are you going to watch his videos? Like,
that's cool. That's funny.
Yeah, Neural Cracks had another question. I'd like to take a stab at that answer also. There's a lot of ways you can quit vaping or quit something else. And so another way, if you don't want to do it, is you can deal with your subconscious. This is my work that I do. Is I work with your body, your conscious mind, and your subconscious. And we can reprogram you to have the habits you want. So when Run Boston Bear was on there, he had this thing where he would basically like get a bunch of phlegm, and he would like spitting or whatever during a race, and it was costing him time. It was a weird physical thing that was happening. And we actually had a session on just that. And that session, nothing to do with diet, nothing to do with how he was doing stuff, was actually an integration session. He was able to reprogram how he worked, and he no longer would have that response. The same thing works with smoking. It works with changing any habit you have. So you could work with me, and we could probably change your pattern around vaping. I do think fasting answers an incredibly honest and legitimate answer for that. The other way to look at it is what's your why? Why do you need to vape? What is it what benefit are you getting from vaping right now? And can you get that benefit another way? So, for example, people will cut. People who have horrible childhoods and don't know how to manage stress or fear or emotional pain will resort to physical pain. That's all they have access to. When they're older, if they gain access to drugs or alcohol, they will stop cutting and start using drugs and alcohol. Then, if they end up in a healthy relationship where their needs are fulfilled and they're receiving love, they will stop drugs and alcohol. So you are most likely vaping or using any substance to give you something you need as a substitute for something that you really genuinely need. So discovering what that ultimate need is going to be the best way to quit something you don't like or need. And so you're like, well, what about caffeine? Okay, well, what is caffeine compensating for? You're definitely compensating for something. It could be lack of sleep. It could be you not enjoying the work you're doing and you need a stimulant to get things done. So when you really take an honest look at how you feel about different things going on in your life, you can see how you're compensating using different substances to get fulfillment in areas that aren't actually fulfilling. So,
and that was obviously in response to, do you realize you told your crowd that's how you've been vaping, and what's it? That's weak, bro. Give me more. Yeah, that was a very thorough answer there. And I'm just being real with you. I mean, honestly, something else I did was like you said, replace it with something else. Like it was sunflower seeds, but it was very difficult to get sunflower seeds that were good. I remember it being like a serious headache and having to order them online and all this stuff. And I don't even know that those were good, honestly, but I just know they were supposedly better. So, I think that I'm being honest with you. I think that fasting, like if I go back in time when I was going to quit, I would have done fasting. Like I just kind of abruptly did it because like, okay, my daughter's here and I said I would quit when she was born. And so I got some headaches afterwards and it was a whole thing. But Yeah, I think fasting is the secret. Like just do it, bro. If you're that concerned with fasting, or if that's one of the last things you have left, just try it. Like just try it, because tons of people told us that they quit smoking. People have told us that they quit vaping specifically. They've told us that they've quit coffee, that they've quit, because your body just starts cleansing everything out. You start feeling better, and then you start to overcome the addictions, which are just basically habits that you formed. And then, like he said, some type of replacement for some other, like something unhealthy you're doing. So that is my sincere advice. I mean, there are many things you can try to do, I guess, if that doesn't work for you. Just imitate inhaling. Like they make little necklaces that you can, like, that's like a whistle backwards, and you can act like you're inhaling. And people have shown that psychologically that does a lot for people, I guess, or whatever. My answer, you want my honest opinion, it is to fast. Go fast for at least over 72 hours and just drink some electrolytes while you fast. And I think that you'll be able to quit. I think you'll have to then go make the conscious decision beyond addiction to go do it again. And that's when you have to just be mentally strong.
Yeah. Another way is self-love. Like, if you believe that vaping is harmful to you, do you love yourself? Would you do something harmful to somebody else? Well, then why would you do something harmful to yourself? As painful it is to not do that harmful thing. If you don't love yourself, there's an opportunity for a lot of personal development there, and getting your life in an order in a way that you can love who you are, how you show up, that kind of thing. That's different than being satisfied with where you are and not wanting to keep improving. Very different. So you can still be hard on yourself and wanting to become a better and better person. You can love that about yourself, that drive to get better and better.
Yeah, fasting has definitely helped me love myself more. And I haven't found any negative aspects to fasting. It's just all been positive. And like, it's the perfect way if you want to cut something out. Fasting, you just cut everything out. And then you just bring back in the good stuff. And like Emily was saying about fast food, like I used to eat a bunch of fast food, and like after the fast, like I was just so like immune to all the chemicals and stuff. And like, but now I went and ate at Burger King, and it was not a good experience. It was just like, this is nasty. This is awful. I don't want to eat fast food anymore.
Well, don't, brother.
I think it's important that we have that experience, right? Like you dip your toe back in, you're like, no, I don't like that at all.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what's so cool. It's almost like food in general is kind of like that when you come back. For me, I mean, like Leland was saying, but the fast in your shirt does not stand for fast food, my brother. No more.
And this is one of the really big things too. Like I'd like to talk about how we were indoctrinated, and how, again, most people have never fasted in their life. So they were forced to eat unhealthy food. They were forced to become addictive to the stuff that's in those foods as children. They didn't have a say in it. And so when you clear out your system, you do a reset, and then you start to bring stuff back in, you can't. Your body says no. You can hear that. As a kid, you were complaining, but your parents didn't listen to you and they forced you to eat, or you were so hungry you had to eat that garbage. And then you just never stopped. It's amazing how many things we started doing as children that we never stopped doing. How many things we believed as children that we never stopped believing. How many habits we had as children that we never stopped.
I think so many people just don't think that they're powerful enough to fast. Like it just seems like such like an insurmountable thing. That's what I hear the most pushback on, is people just think it's like impossible to do. It's like, just set a very like realistic goal for yourself. And I think having a community to back you up is like, just makes it so much easier. But I think a lot of people need that. Like they don't have the ego or whatever, the self-confidence to say, I'm going to do this. But you could just do like me and just don't tell anyone you're doing it, and then just sneakily fast for a few days before you tell anyone you fasted, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Who was it in our group that Sam, I don't know, who was it? Whose dad and family and Facebook, they're like, don't fast. They were providing all these studies and stuff for how dangerous it was going to be.
That was me.
That was you. Okay. I thought that
Yes.
was this guy had so many people concerned for him. They're like, Tommy, don't do it. It's not okay.
Like, don't join the cult, Tommy. Don't do it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This is going to be a really fun year. I am so looking forward to 2024. It's going to be so many wins all the way. We're going to have a lot of fun, guys.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're caught up on everything. All right, let's wrap it up. We're 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours to make sure people watch it back.
Cool. Well, I love wrapping up all of our video calls and stuff with gratitude. And so I'll start. I have a ton of gratitude for you, Austin. You were one of the key people in helping me realize the reality of this realm and how you shared and presented. And also just the trust you've given me to try some different things, like trying the blends, for example, and then just being honest. I appreciate that. It's been really fun becoming your friend. And then to the fasting group, you all were really inspirational and helped motivate the idea for creating a community here and to show that we can heal again. We can be back in community. We can live much better. And that as truthers, like, we have no reason at all to play victim cards. We know more than everybody else. We are the last people that should be playing victim. So I love that you guys stood out so much for that. And also to chat, like, there are some excellent questions out there. I love, like, the doubt and the truthers. I knew this when talking to these different people, that they're going to be people who are going to be finding every single possible weird thing. That's what happens when you're in a truther community. They're going to make every story up that you can. Some of them will be great, but they're all interesting. And it's kind of fun. And it's also very challenging to be the target of some of those things. So it lets me test my work and where I am. And points out lots of great things too. Like, literally, like, there's really obvious things that sometimes just get missed. And so I love the thoroughness of the truther community. And that's why I'm excited to share these things, because as I believe most people do their research, they're going to find that everything we're saying is either valid, or if there's something we said that was incorrect, they're going to call us out and we can learn and make the corrections and get better. So either way, it's a win. I'm complete.
Yeah, agreed. We're supposed to go around. You want to go around?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm super grateful for you as well, bro, because you got me really focusing back on fasting. Like, I did fasting a while back. It was like a very spiritual experience for me, and it's like still very significant. But yeah, in not only did you kind of get me back into that, and then I replaced like these bad drinks I was drinking, like electrolyte mixes from like Target or whatever. But also, like, it introduced this whole new like realm for me where we have like this whole community of people that are really focusing on like completely resetting their body. And to me, that's something I'm very passionate about, especially whenever I constantly encourage people to make children and to breastfeed their children and like all this stuff where the women and the children and even, of course, the men are all being flooded and attacked with chemicals and poisons. And it's like almost unavoidable. It's like everywhere, right? It actually is unavoidable if you leave your house. Basically, there's something somewhere, and you could freak out about all of it. And obviously, the move is to be able to get them out. And so, seeing all of these like super powerful testimonies of people that have woke up to the truth, but they had like these different health elements, and them starting to go away, and their life, their quality of life improving in so many different ways. It's like super, super awesome to me. It's like super impactful. And you sparked it, brother. So I'm super grateful for you and for the talks that we've had and the talk that you had with me that made me go MIA for a bit. And I'm also super grateful to the fasting group. in general. And both of you guys coming on here and giving your testimony and being sincere and like, you know, giving your wisdom from your perspective is super awesome. I appreciate you guys doing that. And I appreciate the whole group, because you guys are the ones that kind of stepped down the limb and went out there with us, because it'll get to where like everyone wants to do it. But you guys were here in the beginning. And so, yeah, I'm thankful for you guys for that as well.
I want to throw in a couple of things really quick. It'll make sense why now. One, there was almost 40 of us who did this on Telegram. There were more who did it outside of it. But the other thing I forgot to mention is we're creating a women's group, a safe space for women also in this community. And that's something else that some of us have learned, is that there is so much misinformation out there for women, especially when it comes to pregnancy and all of this. And we want to create a safe space for that also. And so we need strong men to create that container for women to have that space. And so there'll be private groups that will not be shown anywhere on YouTube or anywhere publicly unless you're in there. But it is a truth or a safe space for women and women only. And they have to be a woman.
No Y chromosomes allowed.
Biological women only.
Perfect.
If you identify as a woman, you can create your own group.
I was about to say, how dare you talk about chromosomes? That's funny. We should ask them, like, so if I just change what I think tomorrow, can I fast differently? So you don't have to worry about it. Just change what you think and you're good. We always obviously got to like tiptoe. That's what's so crazy about this world. We got to tiptoe right now.
No, I'm not tiptoeing anymore. Tiptoeing.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just like if I get too into a passionate rant about that, they will 100% strike my channel, like 100%, which is crazy. Which is why you should go to rockfin.com/WitsitGetsIt and also rumble.com/live@WitsitGet or something like that. But yeah, cool. I'm super excited about this, man. I think it's going to be very, very impactful. I think it's going to be awesome. I think that people are probably they're probably founded in their hesitation and skepticism in some way, right? Because people are constantly trying to sell things and constantly trying to get you to do something. And I get it. I get that. I think that's kind of it's like the double-edged sword. That's what's beautiful about truthers, is that they don't just like, they're not easily like convinced of things and stuff like that. I would have liked to hope though that you guys would know that after being on my channel for a while, that it would come with sincere intention and that you guys could trust me. But I think that we both encourage you to do all your research, feel good about it, or don't do anything. But I think that when people look back, they're going to be like, wow, that really changed my life. Just like the fasting group. And we just started and we have our next fast January 18th. So if you want to partake in that, get your blends at least, right? You'll get an email, you'll get access to the private group. You can get your level 1 membership, and you'll have even more perks and services that come with your blend that come with the fasting group as well. And so that's like it's a good step in if you're somewhat skeptical or hesitant or whatever. And then we'll have the site completely decked out with in-depth information for all the stuff all the questions that you could ask about all the products, all the services. There's just a lot. There's actually like an insane amount of value that you're getting. And so it takes time to put all that in there, but there's that. I do think one of the beautiful things that will come from it, and I'm almost positive this will happen, is people will start to network together. They'll start, especially with some of the information about, well, this is how you do this with the credit and how you do business funding, and here's a PMA, and here's how you avoid taxes this way, and here's how you give an affidavit of status here. And truthers are going to be able to create very successful, thriving businesses together and network together. And it's just going to be a beautiful, very powerful thing. So yeah, I'm excited about it. I know I've said it a few times, but you guys will see it happen, and 2024 is going to be dope. So I'm glad that we got on here and got to throw it out in the ether on the first day of the fake new year.
Cool. Did you want us to go?
Sure.
Bill?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'm grateful to fasting in general for basically giving me my life back. I mean, I was not very mobile and in pain all the time, and fasting has just brought me back to life. And I don't take any medications, and life is good. And fasting really was like what got me on the journey to like finding the truth about everything, and that led me to Flat Earth, which led me to find Witsit. Like, years ago. And then I found Steven because of Witsit, and now I get to be a part of all of this, and it's just also crazy, and I'm just so grateful for all of it, and I'm just excited about whatever's coming next. So
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, thank you. Very cool. Sorry if I didn't realize I was off mute typing. Tommy, what's going on, brother? You want to throw some stuff out there that you're grateful for?
Yeah, I'm very grateful for the creator creating this awesome realm that we live in and giving this awesome life experience to me and everyone else. Very grateful for Steven for his blend, and then also just coaching us through this and giving us all kinds of advice and everything. I'm grateful for you, Austin, for introducing me to Steven and starting this group. And then also very, very grateful for all of your streams that you do, because I woke up to True Earth probably a few years ago and I tried talking to people about it, and they'd ask me, well, what about this? What about that? And I'm like, well, I don't know about that, but like, you should just look into it. And it got to the point where I just didn't even want to talk to anyone about it. And then I went through a phase where I tried to find like every single debate that you did, and I just watched all of them. And now I know how to talk things through it if people want to talk about it. And that really helped me, because now I feel comfortable talking to people about it, because I have answers to questions because of people like you and Jaronism and Dave Weiss. And I'm also grateful for the whole community group, for everyone's just their experiences, sharing their experiences. Emily has provided a lot of information just with all the Zoom calls and through the Telegram group. And yeah, I'm grateful for all of you guys.
Awesome.
yeah, I
brother.
would say I feel the same way like about you, Austin, because I watch all your streams, and it's just helped me be able to just like articulate the points so much better. So, and I watch them on like 1.5 or 2 times speed. So people that tell you to like slow down, I don't understand, because I watch you like sped up. So
Nice. Well, thank you for that, both of you guys. That means a lot. That's why I do it. So I'm glad that it helped. And I'll talk faster next time.
Maybe not. But yeah, to highlight also, again, like what I hear, all three of us said it. And this is, again, such a great gift. Well, inclusion in this is that we're going to have a training for how to present this, having the slide decks so that we can share this information, how to get practice in sharing this with other people, so we can all become articulate and knowledgeable about the things that are really important to us. And so it is a skill, and it can be learned. And I think it's going to, that's one of the things I'm really looking forward to from being a part of this group.
Nice.
So
I do want to add, I'm very grateful for my mother for giving birth to me and not aborting me. And all my family and friends and all the support too. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I love that my parents are wrong about almost everything. It really gave me that questioning mind that I needed to get where I am today.
That's funny.
But really, I mean, yeah, they are vaccinated.
that's unfortunate.
But they really love me, and they really care.
It happens. It happens, brother. I know all too well.
But yeah, those who are closest to us going to be the hardest. So
Yeah.
We have to
Yeah,
make
and
our own-
sometimes we gotta learn that we may actually be doing a disservice,
Yeah, but they are actually slowly waking up as well, and that I don't want to get into that today, but it's a lot of good news on this front. So I do have hope for them and for others like them. So I just like to make sure I know what I'm talking about before I introduce them to something as mind blowing as the shape of their reality.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Baby steps.
All right. Good night. Good morning. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining.
New Year.
Thanks.
So-
Happy New Year, guys.
Yeah, you
Happy
too.
New Year. Fake New Year.
Yeah, legends.
All right. Bye. I'm gonna close out real quick. You good? You have anything else you want to throw in? All right, brother. Much love. My boy stayed late. That was almost 4 hours. Not intended, but hopefully there's a lot of good information there and you guys enjoy it. Yeah, like I said, I kind of closed out single, but I'm looking forward to this. I know that I hate that it, like, to broach the subject of trying to help people. It always comes off like, oh man, it costs money. I get that, but whatever. But it's the same thing with the summits where we get all these legends to come and speak, and it takes us time and all this stuff to put it together, and we have to pay them to get them to come and do presentations, and we have to pay for the programs and services to host it, and we do all this stuff and put in dozens of hours, and someone will complain that it costs money. It's like, well, it wouldn't exist if the alternative is that it wouldn't exist, right? And it's the same thing with this. And I think that this is going to be awesome. You guys have heard me say it multiple times, so I encourage you to look into it. There's a level 1, it's like $3 a day, right? There's a level 2, there's a level 3, and then just instead of just looking at like an additional expense, look at it like, okay, well, if I stop eating this, if I stop drinking this, they're just replacement expenses. And you really probably don't realize how much you spend. Just step back. If you, for example, people still go to Starbucks, like, okay, $7-8 a day, do the math. That alone, cutting that out once a day is almost level 2 membership. That's going to completely change your life, give you fasting blend supply for a month, and giving you a tonic supply for a month, right? So not to mention all kinds of services, all kinds of stuff that you would have to pay hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. Like the credit repair alone would cost you hundreds of dollars a month. So it's going to be super cool. You guys will see. Thank you guys for kicking it. I do plan on doing the zombie stream pretty soon, maybe tomorrow, because we would also have the Skull and Globers on Wednesday. So if everything goes as planned, we'll have the website fully, much more functional and much more detailed here soon. And then we'll also have the zombie stream hopefully tomorrow, and then Skull and Globers Wednesday. If not, the zombie stream may come later this week. But so we got a lot of gravy coming. We're going to start 2024 off with good vibes. Everyone you can elevate yourself with in terms of health and fitness and wealth. And you can do that, like love and happiness, health and well-being, right? Success and fulfillment. These are things, wealth and abundance, that you can actually like implement in your life. This whole trick of like, oh, the system's holding us down. Yeah, it is, because it's holding us down because we were tricked and we are not knowledgeable about how the system works, right? So if we come together, we work together, we inform ourselves, we're diligent, we become structured, it's going to change everything. You know, like for those of you that are serious about getting in shape, like I'm going to be up at 6 every morning, and I'm going to be doing my video call. If you guys aren't there live, you can watch the replay, right? Where on the way to work out every morning, I'm holding everyone accountable, and you guys are going to help hold me accountable by knowing I need to be there, right? You're like, look, we're going to work out. We're going to get in shape. We're going to stay very structured, and we're going to become an elevated version of ourselves, right? Or with the tonic replacements for the nourishment and the intermittent fasting periods, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to be very cool. All right, you guys have heard enough about it. That's pretty much what I got. For all the people that are being super negative in the chat, I would really encourage you to not be like that. I would really encourage you not to go around claiming to represent the creator while being super contentious and negative and hateful and judgmental and religious. That's the very thing that Yeshua spoke out against the entire time. You're obviously allowed to do whatever you want to. It's your own prerogative. But when people come and they want to act like they are so holier than thou, and they want to judge and just constantly sow discord and hate and contention, everything they have to say is negative. All they do is aggressively attack people, and they have very argumentative about every little thing. It's just not a good look, man. You shouldn't be doing that representing the creator. But, you know, I am pro free speech here. The only thing that I censor on my channel are if people start talking about like children or my children, or if people start spamming things, right? Or if they go to every comment and spam, copy and paste messages over and over and over and over. And even with those people, I let them go for a long time. So you're allowed to say whatever you want to. I should encourage you maybe spreading love, not being so negative. But it will always happen no matter what. If I was like, look, this package costs $200 and there's $100,000 worth of stuff there. There's 7 free acres. And someone would say that you're a shill and a grifter. It doesn't matter what it is. So it's all good. So thank you guys. Watch the fruits and love, everyone. Yeah, much love. Shout out to my boy JJ. So, all right. I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. Who cares what other people think? Make sure you at least pop down there. It's free to fill out the document. The second life assessment, life reset assessment form, that's the second link. You can click on that. It'll take you straight to it. If you go to the life reset link right there at the top, it'll take you to the website right there at the top of the page. You'll see the life reset form. So you'll see the example form. You'll see the blank one. That's completely free. It's just to show, that you can at least create a goal, right? Like assess yourself, be honest about it. Like, okay, here's what I'm financially, here's what I make, here's the amount of debt I'm in, here's where I would like to be. And if you don't set goals, if you don't have things in mind of where you want to be, you're not going to change anything, right? Or like, okay, I can do 10 push-ups right now. By the end of the year, I want to be able to do 30 or 40 or 50, right? I can do 2 pull-ups. I want to be able to do 10 by the end of the year or whatever. And just set the goals, right? What you currently are, what you would like to be, so you can get an assessment of everything. And also that would help us if you do want to integrate into membership. That'll help us kind of place you like, okay, well, you need to go to level 2 right now. You need to get this and this and this situated before you're really ready for level 3. And here are the different parts of these services that are really going to benefit you. And here's where it can be more personalized, blah, 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 right? So that's kind of the idea. But at the least, it's just good for you to do it. And there are many things that you can do. There will be freemium content, right? There's going to be stuff where it's like, here's the video you got to sit on. You got to sit on the game show. You got to sit in a bit on the personal integration or whatever it is. Like there will be little things that you'll get to see. Also, everyone here can fast for free. So I encourage everyone to go with us into the journey anyway. People getting healthy and wealthier that are truthers. They'll have more power and their voice will mean more and they will make more of a change. That is the only thing that's going to actually change anything. I promise you, being anonymous on the internet and then just spamming comments, talking down to people, being super divisive, pretending that you already know everything is not going to wake anyone up. It's going to push people further away from the truth. It isn't going to change anything in the world. It's literally going to do nothing for us to just sit there and constantly do the same thing or to constantly tear people down. Right? What are you doing? Like if you're an anonymous name on the internet in a YouTube chat and you spam hate, that's not going to do anything to help people, right? And if you're claiming to do it on behalf of the Bible or whatever, that doesn't change it. So I encourage people to step back and be like, okay, we don't want to be selfish with the truth. We want to spread it, but people aren't very receptive of it. What do we need to do so that we can integrate this into society, that we can make a change, we can become more powerful, we can put our fellow truthers who have persevered for the truth. It's easier to conform, right? That persevere for the truth. How can we put them in a position to where they can actually take care of their friends and their family, and they can take care of the people around them? They can help spread the truth. They can be more impactful in spreading the truth. This is how you really change it, where hopefully we start creating companies where it's like, okay, now I'm employing 7 flat earthers just to talk about flat earth, right? And now I'm employing 5 other holistic, practitioners or whatever that are helping people get healthy. I would much rather us all work together. Imagine people like actually going full time and being able to speak and spread truth as a profession, or give products that truly change people's lives and cure all these ailments and stuff. Like networking to create a system like that, and then moving into regenerative farming and networking and stuff like that is how we actually went. And then spilling over into homeschool. That's what we have to do. Either we're going to be about action or we're just going to talk, and there will, no matter what, there will be the people that just talk. There will be the people that just talk. Okay. But what are you going to do, man? Are you going to get up and start getting up early every morning and making yourself be disciplined and structured and start working out, start getting fit? Are you going to make yourself stop eating food until a certain set of hours so that you can be healthy and get your energy back? Are you going to replace what you're eating that's poisonous with healthy stuff? Are you going to set certain types of goals for yourself that requires time and energy and learning and discipline to actually increase your financial situation, right? Like, are you going to do it? Because there's automatically going to be the people that are going to do nothing. They're going to do nothing, and they're going to go around and virtue signal and all that. Who cares about them, right? I'm talking to you that there are things that you need to fix, even if it's even for your friends and for your family and stuff like that. You need to be there for them. So I'm passionate about this. I could go on and on, but we're almost at 4 hours. So hopefully that resonates with who it's supposed to resonate with. And for all the negative stuff, I mean, what the funniest part is, like, I literally will forget that you were here doing that. I'll forget your name and forget your sentences and what you were saying. I will literally forget it. The second I press end, I'm going to walk away and I'm going to literally forget you existed. So I encourage you to step back and think about like, oh, maybe there are things that I could fix as well. So cool. Hopefully you guys are at least somewhat motivated. We'll get more in depth with it. And yeah, cool. The website will be updated soon. Hopefully we'll do zombie stream soon as well. Shout out to all the people that supported with super chats and donations. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. And we'll get into the gravy starting tomorrow, ideally. So, like I said, I always repeat myself, and then my closings go way too long. But you guys are not new to this. But seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think? Stand up for the truth regardless, because what's true is rarely popular, and what's popular is rarely true. Catch up with you guys later. Peace.
Geopolitically, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock it, twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force them a simple that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informant to informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this reporting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informant this, informant this. It looked like we were snoring tricks. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?